Please take your seats. We're going to start shortly.
Welcome everyone to the 6th Join Américas Forum. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of programming and discussions. I will have more to say in a bit, but I want to first welcome and introduce a very special guest to our forum. It is my privilege to introduce and welcome Mr. Doug M. Huff. As the husband to the Vice President Kamala Harris, Mr. M. Huff is now serving as American First Second Gentleman. He's a devoted father, an experienced lawyer, and a very proud husband. As a second gentleman, he has been devoting his time to advancing justice, equality, and human rights. Please join me in welcoming Second Gentleman Doug M. Huff.
Good morning, everybody. And welcome to my hometown of Los Angeles. Woo! It is so good to be home. Cecilia, thank you for that very kind introduction. And thank you for the work that you've been doing to encourage youth leadership and entrepreneurship. It's very important. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge the other speakers that will be joining you today. I just met with them. Deputy Mayor Hatchigan, as someone like myself who's lived in Los Angeles for so many years and worked here, I know how important it is for Los Angeles to be connected to the entire world. So thanks for all you do. Assistant Secretary General Mendez, it was great to meet you as well. And thanks for all you're doing to promote entrepreneurship and leadership for young people in the Americas. I'd also like to thank Luis Nino, Roy Thomason, who I met, and the entire team at the Young Americas Business Trust for making this event possible and for all the years of incredible work and dedication to fostering development. And I'm also honored to be here this morning to kick off this year's Young Americas Forum. Thank you. And I know a lot of you have traveled a great distance to come to my hometown, so welcome. Thank you for making the journey and for being all together. And I also want to welcome you on behalf of President Joe Biden, who's arriving here in Los Angeles today, my wife, Vice President Kamala Harris, who's been here throughout the week at the summit. The First Lady is coming, our entire administration. Thank you. Thank you for all you do and for making it a priority to travel to Los Angeles for this important event. And I'm also here this morning because I wanted to personally come here and welcome you to this city that I call home, this city that I raised a family in, this city that I built a career in, this city that I love, Los Angeles, California. Welcome. Now, as you spend time here, I think you're going to come to realize what I already know, that Los Angeles is such a vibrant city. It's such a dynamic city. It's such an amazing city, and I think you're going to find that as well. And Los Angeles, as I know, is a city full of dreamers. It's a city full of bold, creative people who are unafraid to think big about what's possible for their future, not only their own future, but the future of our entire world. So much of that starts here in Los Angeles. People of Los Angeles, they come from diverse backgrounds from all over the world. They also represent diverse perspectives, which is what makes this city so incredible. We've got ideas from everybody. And that's one of the reasons that Los Angeles is a perfect location for this year's Summit of the Americas. Now, while I'm here today as America's first second gentleman, better not be the last, I'm married well, but I'm also here as the father of two young adults. Now, when they kept saying Young Americas Forum and youth, I said, well, what's the age range? Well, I have two children that are, one is 27 and one is 23. So I'm a dad of young adults, roughly the same age a lot of you are. So I really understand what they're going through as they're coming up into the business world, into their communities. So I get it. And it's impossible for me not to look around this crowd and to think about this next generation. We were just talking about it in the hold, and thinking about Cole and Ella Emhoff and about what they're going through, which is the same things that you're all thinking about. And I think about the kind of world that I want to leave behind, that this administration wants to leave behind for not only my kids, hopefully grandkids one day, and for all of you. And what do I want to leave them? I want to leave them a world that values things like protecting our environment for the future. I want to leave them a world that everyone's fundamental rights are honored and protected. And I want to leave them a world where everyone is respected and appreciated, regardless of who they are, where they're from, what they look like, who they love, and how they worship. That's the kind of world that I want to leave for them, and I know you agree with me on that. I also want to leave a world where economic prosperity is shared, and a world where more young entrepreneurs like yourselves are supported so that you can all flourish and innovate, because that's what this world is going to need in the future. And I know, and we all know, these last few years have been especially difficult. We've had a global pandemic that we're just coming out of. We're seeing the devastating impacts of war in Europe and other places. As I mentioned, we're seeing the effects of climate change right before our very eyes. And I know these realities that I've mentioned and many others can be scary. They can feel overwhelming. And I know sometimes the road ahead might just feel daunting. However, I am optimistic. I am always optimistic, and I'm optimistic because of people like you, the future. Young people like you who are stepping up, traveling to Los Angeles to help your own communities. Young people like you who are doing good work to make our world and your own communities better. Young people like you who are bold enough to imagine a better future and determined enough to make that future a reality. So standing in this room and looking at you, this group, it just gives me hope. And I know the conversations that you're going to have over the next couple of days are going to pave the way for your own future, if not the future of our world. Some of the things that you're going to do can literally change the world one day, and that's very exciting. So I hope you make the most of every minute while you're here. Make time to get to know each other. That's important. Look around this room. Some of you 20, 30 years from now are going to remember this moment when this relationship started as you're working together, changing the world together. So discuss these hopes that you have now. Discuss the goals that you have. Brainstorm about projects that are going to change the world. Don't wait. Do it now. Use this time to shape ideas. Use this time to take action. Because I know sometimes an idea might seem like it's going to take forever to come to fruition, and sometimes it feels heavy to have this idea in your head and not quite knowing what to do with it. Look around, talk about it. You never know what's going to happen. So, we have some big challenges to tackle ahead, but I believe, as the president believes, the vice president believes, that when you share the weight with others, it becomes a challenge that you all and we all can solve together. So thank you for the warm welcome. Thanks for allowing me to say hi to you this morning at the beginning of your summit. Thank you all for speaking out and being leaders and speaking out for what's important. And thank you in advance, because I know 10, 20, 30 years from now, you're going to change the world. So thank you in advance for that. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Nina Hatchigan, who serves as the Deputy Mayor of International Affairs for my city, the city of Los Angeles. Previously, the ambassador served as the second U.S. ambassador to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and now she is charged with expanding and strengthening Los Angeles' global ties. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Ambassador Hatchigan, and thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
What an honor to follow the first second gentleman, a trailblazer in his own right. Thank you so much, Mr. Emhoff. And thanks to the Young America's Business Trust, Luis, Valerie, and Cecilia, and the whole team, Nino also, for organizing this fantastic summit of young people, so you have a streak going, I think, number 6. The Young Americas Forum wouldn't be possible without the support of the OAS, so thank you very much to Secretary General Mendez. And lastly, I want to recognize our local partners who've contributed to this week's program. Special thanks to the LA Rams and Maria Camacho. I heard you had a nice tour yesterday. On behalf of Mayor Garcetti and the whole city of Los Angeles, a warm welcome to you. Bienvenidos, bienvenido, bienvenue to you, all you friends. Welcome to LA, this imperfect paradise, as Mayor Garcetti likes to call it. It's gorgeous, fascinating, diverse, creative, complicated, flawed city of multitudes. We could not be more honored and are excited to host the Summit of the Americas. And while I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome the heads of state and the ambassadors and the ministers and the NGOs and the CEOs, the group I was most excited to talk with was you. The young people, the future leaders of the Americas. Los Angeles has never hosted a large diplomatic summit before. We host the Oscars and the Super Bowl and Paralympics and actually Olympic Games twice, and then we're going to host the Olympics and the Paralympics in 2028, so I hope you all come back for that. So we aren't new to major events, but never something like this. So when you do something you've never done before, when you're not really sure what's involved, you get that sense that maybe you've bitten off a little bit more than you can chew. That's when you learn the most, I've found. So LA is learning a lot. Thank you very much. I always advise young people, especially young women, to take calculated risks in their careers. When I have taken those leaps, I've had the best experiences. And one of those has been my current job as the first deputy mayor for international affairs for the city of Los Angeles. I'm actually the only one, I think, in the United States for a big city. The rest of the Americas are actually farther along than we are here in the United States on what we call subnational diplomacy. So that is diplomacy that is below the state nation level. So I didn't know what I was getting myself into. It was a brand new job. I didn't really how I was going to get it done, but I have learned a lot and I have loved it very much. And one important lesson that I've learned is that tangible progress is always possible. Small programs can scale up to be very big change. So my main message to you this morning is that positive change is possible. Young leaders like you can catalyze it. These days, with the wars and the turmoil and the poverty and the violence and the climate crisis and the political divisiveness, strident nationalism, the rollback of democracy, it can be hard to have hope that things will improve. But I have lived through and witnessed many instances of undeniable progress in my life. Progress is never finished. It's never over. The fight to keep and expand gains made is ever present, but nonetheless, there has been progress. So let's take gender equity. When I grew up, I never heard women's voices on the radio or on the news. I never saw them on TV. There was no woman who ran for president who could have actually won, or who did win, some would say. There were no women cabinet secretaries, no ministers, no foreign minister, for sure, no women Supreme Court justices, no female CEOs that I knew about, no women scientists that I ever learned about, no women pilots, no women doctors, etc. And you get the picture. All of that has changed in the United States in 50 years. So 50 years might seem like a long time, but take it from me, it can be over like that. The struggle is not over, of course. There are many threats to women's autonomy that remain, some very serious, that could be coming down the pike. Glass ceilings are still plentiful. The LGBTQ+ community remains marginalized in many ways. Women of color are still paid less, have worse health care, and fewer opportunities. But still, there has been progress for you to build upon. Another example is climate change. This is an area we know the world is not doing enough. It's absolutely true. But one person, one mayor of this big, messy, imperfect city, working in coalition, dramatically changed our carbon trajectory. Since he took office in 2013, the share of Los Angeles's electricity coming from renewable sources has more than doubled to now 43%. Today, over 60% of the energy that powers our grid is zero carbon, on track to be 100% by 2035. The mayor, thank you. The mayor has reduced the city's reliance on dirty energy sources from completely divesting from coal power by 2025 to building out the largest EV charging network of any city in the country, 18,000 chargers so far. Mayor Garcetti has also led LA to pursue its own local water supply, and we had a really good conversation with the president of Chile yesterday about this. So we use less water now in our city of 4 million people than we did in the 1980s when we were 3 million people. We're the #1 solar city in the United States, and most of us, we have the most number of energy efficient buildings in the United States. And in the process, we've created tens of thousands of good green jobs. The work is not nearly over, but the leadership of one person has changed the future of this city. And why is that important? Because when other cities see what Los Angeles can do, they think they can do it too, and they can. They're given confidence. And in fact, something you might not know, but at the COP climate conference in Glasgow last year, the Mayor Garcetti brought to the conference the pledge of 1,049 cities, including many in the Americas, that they will all reduce their carbon emissions in half by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Now, of course, that's still not enough, but it does represent real progress that, again, you can build upon. And I'll give you a final example of education. We have great universities in California, but they are unaffordable to a large segment of our society. So the mayor, with many partners, started a program to offer 1 year of community college for free to graduates of our local public high schools. Later, we made it a full 2 years. Later, we added free transportation to school. Later, we added laptops and funds for books. And now the state has adopted it. So now in all of California, high school students can get 2 free years of community college. And then when my office came along, we started a program to send these students on free trips. And by the end of the summer, we will have run 11 trips to 10 different places and sent around 200 students. That's not a huge number, but a profound experience for those students. And again, we will build upon it so that 10 years from now, perhaps we will have sent 2,000 students. This matters because for those who go to a 4-year university, their debt is cut in half, and they can get to quickly building businesses and civil society groups like many of you are doing. So I spoke about gender equity, climate change, and education. This change that I'm describing was only possible because generations of people before us had worked on them. The suffragettes who crusaded for women's voting power and the abolitionists who abolished slavery, the scientists who studied the atmosphere, the educators who pointed out the inequities, they all had to do their part before my generation could do ours. And now it's your turn. Although there were key leaders, nothing profound can anyone do alone. Change always requires lots and lots of partners. So I'll leave you advice to do whatever is on your agenda. Don't skip out on your agenda, but spend as much time getting to know each other as you can. I agree with the second gentleman on that, including the Angelenos, of course. Angelenos are amazing. They come from everywhere, but particularly from this hemisphere. We are by far the largest Latino, Hispanic, and largest Spanish-speaking city in the United States. We no doubt have residents that can trace their roots to each of your countries, sometimes the most of anywhere in the world. In LA, we say, everyone belongs. So again, welcome. I wish you the very best. Don't forget to have some fun. Try to get out of this part of the city if you can and see some of the other parts. There's a lot out there. You know, amid all the work and the speeches like this one, go out there and make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our guest speakers. For the opening panel, please join me in welcoming Néstor Méndez, Cecilia Vilchis, Luis Niño, and Roy Thomason. Please take the seat. We're pleased to welcome to the podium for his remarks, Néstor Méndez, Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States.
Good morning, muy buenos días a todas y todos. This is actually one of my favorite events of all the summits of the Americas, and I have been to quite a number of them. It's always fantastic to see all of you, that energy, that enthusiasm, those ideas that I can practically see popping up from your heads. It's a good thing. Distinguished gentleman of the United States, Mr. Doug Emhoff, distinguished invited guests, generous sponsors and partners of YABT and the Young Americas Forum, Luis Niño, President of YABT, and of course, Roy Thomason, the founder, the one who started it all of YABT. Give a hand to Mr. Roy Thomason, please. Yeah. Distinguished board members and coordinating team, impressive young leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join the Young Americas Business Trust in welcoming you to today's ceremony. But I am even more thrilled to share this space replete with the energy and dynamism of youthful potential that must catalyze change, effect solutions, generate inspiration, and most importantly, produce results. I am energized by the sheer recognition of what can be achieved when the minds of young, ambitious, visionary avant-gardes and creatives are challenged to not simply rise to the level of the highest expectations, but to supersede them and then to keep realizing new goals. Today is a good day to recognize and to celebrate the inspirational vitality of you, our young minds. Based on the overwhelming evidence of its success in creating, supporting, and advancing opportunities for the expansion of enterprise and leadership in the Americas, the Young Americas Business Trust was tasked with shouldering the responsibility of coordinating the 6th Young Americas Forum as one of 3 official stakeholder forums of the 9th Summit of the Americas. I am pleased to note that once again, the YABT has proven its value as a momentum builder and as a multiplier of networks and platforms on which young people can launch workable ideas from concept into reality and build out common sense innovations that receive the guidance of experts and success story makers to respond to society's felt needs. When dreams are transformed into income-generating business ideas that bear fruit well into the future, everybody wins. Through its policy labs, the transfer of business skills and enterprise, through exposure to and mentorship by world-renowned innovative and corporate leaders who walked your path, YABT is here to further stimulate your growth, deepen your interests and entrepreneurship ideals, and reward your winning entries in its famous competitions that unearth and promote your creative genius. Distinguished friends, dear guests, the OAS is proud of its long-standing partnership with YABT, the basis of which is a mutually held interest in advancing a progressive youth agenda, one that prioritizes the generation of opportunities that underpin growth and development of the young people of the hemisphere, and fosters a path to innovation and creativity, leadership, civic participation, self-awareness, and an appreciation of your potential to be fully participatory across all spheres of endeavor. The work of YABT must be constant, since supporting innovation among young people must keep up with the pace of the challenges that constantly bombard our world. Our hemisphere cannot be left behind, so we must find the means to honor our commitment to achieve the gains that come with innovation and the generation of new ideas. The OAS pledges its ongoing support to the work of YABT, and for my own part, my own promotion and advancement of its offerings are a constant feature of my engagement with political leaders and high authorities across the Americas. I am a committed partner in the quest to keep opening doors for inspiring and supporting youth innovation, and my office will continue to work with YABT through OAS offices across the Americas in support of these laudable objectives. You can keep counting on me. We can certainly do more with the expansion of robust partnerships that can build on the progress already achieved. I speak particularly to the potential of our international financial institutions and development corporations that individually and collectively embody the resources that can make a significant difference to the reach of YABT programs, including by leveraging their data, expertise, and broad partnership and sponsorship potential. Imagine a combined force, YABT, the OAS, the World Bank, and global development corporations working to unearth, stimulate, and support youth innovation to the benefit of hemispheric economies, large economies, small economies, and all-color economies that we now have, the blue, the green, and the orange. I join with YABT in its outreach because I am convinced of the good that can come of such a pooling of goodwill and vision, and I invite the partnership of other hemispheric and global agencies which are desirous of investing in young difference makers. To be very clear, there is no downside to investing in our youth. A future in which the minds of the young people in the Americas are challenged, encouraged, and given the tools to exemplify excellence through innovation is one in which all of society stands to reap rewards, experience the fruits of increased employment, greater productivity, and the resurgence of ideas to heal, to empower, and to respond to threats and impediments to progress. I reiterate the call to action and partnership to the region's corporate citizens, to international financial organizations, to development corporations, to like-minded political and strategically positioned organizations to join forces with YABT. Our hemisphere and the people who are at the core of our mandates to effect change depend on the substantive results that will shape our hemisphere. While the world has undoubtedly faced its share of challenges over the last few decades, nothing in recent memory compares to the combined onslaught of environmental degradation and attendant existential threats, the ravages of climate change, and the global pandemic that has impacted lives, livelihoods, and the future as we perceive it. For a brief moment, we may have feared the worst, may have wondered, will we be able ever to recover? Then again, nothing compares to the windows of opportunity which the lessons learned from these challenges have opened to the minds and the creative genius that can conceptualize and innovate for solutions even to problems no one could have imagined just 5 years ago. Our young people are our key to new ideas, to bold solutions, innovative responses, since as long as every problem has a solution, we can depend on their minds to find it. As we move forward to a time when the post-pandemic era will require new thinking, novel approaches, and comprehensive and multi-pronged overhauls, all hands must be on deck. Young innovators, investors, funding agencies, here is your chance to make that difference. Youth innovation can indeed change the world. Moreover, the OAS recognizes that fostering and supporting innovation underpins the sustainability of economic growth and prosperity, since the emergence of new ideas creates avenues for the generation of solutions that require new products, services, and avenues that inspire add-ons. This often requires the use of technology, which also opens new windows for thinking outside the box, to add value to existing ideas or products, to make them adaptive, to bring about changes or contribute to improvements in society. I exhort you, young leaders, innovators, and entrepreneurs, to go boldly and bravely as you respond to your own quest to build and create and resolve. The future is as much yours today as is the very day, today, when you determine never to deviate from the path to excellence. This hemisphere is depending on you to blaze new trails that will cement the Americas as a flourishing fount of ideas that can respond to our challenges and pave new pathways for economic and development. You are the generation that can. The tools of awareness, technology, and can-do are in your hands. I've never failed to be impressed by your innovations, and I know that I will continue to be blown away by your outpouring of creativity in this year, 2022. I congratulate you all for your participation in the 9th Summit of the Americas here in Los Angeles. I am convinced that on this path you are destined to do great things for this hemisphere, and that in such awe of your acumen, leadership, and innovation, all of us look boldly to what, and with much expectation, to what you will be doing. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Remember, we are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mendez. We are pleased to welcome, join me with a big aplauso in Spanish, Cecilia Vilchis, Youth Coordinator of the Young Americas Forum.
A very special greeting to each of the people who preside over this important ceremony and who have already been introduced before. It is a great pleasure to extend our welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. I wish you success participation and that you take advantage of all of the opportunities of the 6th Young Americas Forum. Quisiera comenzar por contarles un poco sobre mí. Mi nombre es Cecilia Vilchis, soy mexicana, la más pequeña de 13 hijos. En el 2014 ingresé a la Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México. Al venir de una zona rural, las oportunidades para ser admitida eran limitadas, aunque gracias a la dedicación y esfuerzos fue posible iniciar la carrera universitaria. Durante mis estudios fui beneficiaria como estudiante sobresaliente para hacer un intercambio estudiantil en la Universidad de Łódź, Polonia. Un año más tarde, el Estado de México me otorgó una beca completa para hacer estancias académicas en Washington, D.C., con el The Washington Center, desde el cual conocí al YABT y comencé a trabajar en el Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas, siendo practicante. En el Foro de las Américas he encontrado la oportunidad y herramientas para apoyar a más jóvenes, que como yo aspiran a seguir creciendo profesionalmente y cambiar la vida no solamente de los suyos, sino también de otras personas que necesitan de nosotros para encontrar el camino anhelado. He crecido y he visto crecer al programa con más de 27,000 jóvenes participantes en el periodo 2019-2022, la cifra más alta desde su creación en el año 2005. Con el foro he visto impacto directo en las juventudes. A través de alianzas internacionales se apoya el liderazgo juvenil y el emprendimiento. En el 2020 tuve la oportunidad de coordinar el Reto Innovation, un programa de apoyo a emprendimientos sociales desarrollado en colaboración con la Fundación Interamericana y la Secretaría de Cumbres de las Américas. Una iniciativa que surgió frente a la pandemia y que lleva una respuesta a las necesidades que la juventud misma elevó a través del Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas. El día de hoy vemos a juventudes líderes que luchan por temas diversos como derechos humanos, igualdad de género, jóvenes que apoyan grupos vulnerables, es decir, una diversidad de causas. Por ello, programas como el Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas nos permiten tener una visión global de distintos asuntos de desarrollo que competen a la juventud, enfrentarse a estas realidades, ser resiliente y buscar oportunidades para visibilizar y perseguir un mejor futuro propio y para las personas cercanas, su familia y comunidad. Les invito a continuar luchando por su causa, su pensamiento, en unir esfuerzos con redes y personas con las cuales podemos generar un cambio positivo. El día de hoy y durante todo el programa vemos permanentemente un intercambio multicultural que me lleva a decir lo siguiente. El hecho de ser regiones o países diferentes no significa que seamos diferentes, sino que tenemos aspiraciones en común y realidades comunes. Me siento muy orgullosa del trabajo, compromiso y la respuesta que la juventud ha tenido con el programa. Como dice el eslogan de YABT, de jóvenes para jóvenes. Dear Youth Delegates, you will have the chance to work together and discuss the Youth Declaration and Action Plan. Remember the great responsibility and commitment that each of us has. Cada uno de ustedes aquí presente es una persona promotora de su país, con una causa en común, representando los intereses de la juventud. El Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas representa un mecanismo y proceso que muchas veces no encontramos directamente en nuestras comunidades locales para expresarnos y ser escuchados. He aprendido que la perseverancia, la fortaleza y el trabajo continuo hacen el cambio, por más difícil que parezca. Hace más de 3 años iniciaba conociendo el proceso. El día de hoy les puedo decir que al adentrarme al programa, observo lo importante que es tener un diálogo directo con la juventud. Finalizo diciéndoles, tengamos siempre un sueño que perseguir, un sueño y un legado, teniendo nuestras raíces como motivación para seguir luchando por todo lo que anhelamos. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Cecilia, por tus hermosas palabras, muy inspiradoras. Por favor, acompáñenme a dar la bienvenida al señor Luis Niño, presidente de la Junta Directiva del Young Américas Business Trust.
Good morning, everyone. Muy buenos días a todos. Gracias por estar acá. Quisiera agradecer en primer lugar al Second Gentleman por sus palabras introductorias, desde luego a la embajadora Deputy Mayor Nina Huntington por también haber presentado su visión de lo que es el foro. Mi amigo personal de muchos años, embajador Néstor Méndez, secretario general adjunto de la Organización de Estados Americanos, nuestra querida Cecilia, quien acaba de pronunciarnos unas palabras, y a nuestro también muy querido amigo Roy Thompson, quien ya recibió un aplauso, pero a él le encanta recibir aplausos, así que vamos a darle otro. Es un honor estar hoy con ustedes y tener a cargo estas palabras de apertura en mi calidad de presidente de la Junta Directiva del YABT. Quisiera empezar con mis más sinceras muestras de gratitud para todas las personas que han confirmado su participación, como bien lo señalaba el embajador Méndez, han expresado el convencimiento que tienen de este foro de jóvenes. Yo quiero enfatizar que este foro de jóvenes no es un foro más dentro del marco de la cumbre, es parte integral de los foros oficiales de la Cumbre de las Américas. Así que para nosotros vamos a darnos un aplauso por ese reconocimiento oficial. Hoy desde luego es un día muy importante para la juventud. Iniciamos oficialmente este foro y este es el lugar que tiene la juventud para contribuir, colaborar en la construcción de un continente próspero y con un futuro sostenible. El foro de jóvenes no sería posible, desde luego, sin cada uno de sus aportes. El compromiso de la Organización de Estados Americanos, desde luego, es un catalizador importante. El compromiso de los Estados miembros de la organización que coadyuvan a la búsqueda de ir fortaleciendo cada vez más nuestros programas. La participación de los actores privados, de los mecanismos internacionales de financiación, como también lo señalaba a Néstor Méndez, el embajador Méndez. Perdona que le diga tanto a Néstor Méndez, pero es que lo conozco hace tantos años que se me escapa el formalismo. Los organismos financieros internacionales y en particular el sector privado. ¿Por qué? Porque precisamente son los motores de desarrollo de la sociedad y con el impulso de los jóvenes y esa interacción que queremos y estamos buscando siempre a nivel de este foro, en esta su sexta versión, es que el foro sirva simplemente de un catalizador que nos proyecte hacia adelante, que los compromisos que asuma el sector privado en este foro se mantengan y generen en el mediano y corto plazo efectos importantes, que tengan un impacto en cada una de las comunidades que se desarrollen los proyectos. Cecilia es un caso vivo y palpable de lo que estoy señalando. El ejemplo de ella es hermoso. Y hay muchos. Aquí está el caso de la Huascanita. Ahí van a haber muchísimos casos bien destacados y que a mi juicio pues representan ese papel que tiene el foro de jóvenes. Y por todo ello nos sentimos muy entusiastas de esta nueva versión del Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas. Esta es nuestra oportunidad de alinearnos con lo que está pasando en nuestros países y lo que está pasando en el resto del mundo. Esta ocasión, esta apertura está siendo vista a nivel de todo el hemisferio y nuestro mensaje debe ser muy contundente, debe ser muy firme en el sentido del compromiso que debemos adoptar acá, pero no pensando en el hoy y en el mañana. Pensemos en el mediano y en el largo plazo para beneficio no solamente de los jóvenes o, en mi caso particular, que yo siempre me digo que yo soy una especie de arma secreta dentro del Foro de Jóvenes, porque soy el único niño que participa en este tipo de reuniones. Una de las tareas importantes que tenemos que mostrar es cuál es nuestra interacción con la realidad que la novena cumbre está celebrando. Quienes hemos tenido la suerte de estar en esas negociaciones de manera muy cercana, sabemos lo difícil que pueda o no ser el alcanzar un consenso, un texto de acuerdo en una declaración final. Yo no he querido ni preguntar cuál es el estatus de la declaración, pero lo que sí estoy seguro es que tenemos unos grandes aliados en grandes países que nos están apoyando y que reflejarán en esa declaración el espíritu que hoy inauguramos con el sexto Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas. Quisiera por último hacer un reconocimiento muy especial al equipo de YABT, ese que está tras de la cortina y que ustedes no ven y que ponen todo su esfuerzo y todo su empeño en que este evento surja y avance de la manera más fluida. Muchas gracias a todos ellos, nuestro reconocimiento. Asimismo, quisiera hacer un reconocimiento a los miembros de la Junta Directiva del YABT, quienes han dado todo el apoyo y han aportado una visión estratégica a la organización. Y hoy contamos con la suerte de tener a 3 representantes de ellos, Ambassador Terry Truss, Glenn Sloan, y Ambassador Henry Martin. Por favor, join me with a big applause for that. Thank you. Y a ustedes, mis queridos jóvenes, mi mensaje final: no desistan en sus sueños. Sigan convencidos, sigan adelante. Ustedes son nuestro presente y nuestro futuro. Muchísimas gracias y bienvenidos.
Thank you, Mr. Niño. We have this morning with us a very special guest, a person whose vision made all this possible. He is my mentor. We are very happy to have him with us. Please join me in welcoming Roy Thomason, founder of the Young Americas Business Trust.
Thank you all so much. Good morning. I think my first words probably was wow. What an exciting time to finally arrive at the 6th Young Americas Forum. This is a platform that YABT created for young people to participate in the Summit of the Americas process. I also add my personal thanks to our distinguished guests here this morning and this week. We sincerely thank them for taking the time to be with us, and I also have to thank especially our guest here, Ambassador Mendez, who was with us from the first day, his first day on the job, and his pledge to still be with us. Cecilia, whose tireless efforts have made this possible, as youth coordinator. Luis Nino, who was one of the first people we talked to way back in the beginning about the idea of YABT, and he's always been supportive. If there's ever a time and a place to say mil gracias, 1,000 thanks, this is it. There are at least 1,000 people we should thank for being here today. The list is too long to recognize everyone who should be thanked in my few minutes. But we know who you are, and we will never forget your contributions. We're hugely grateful also to our host in this extraordinary inter-American city, Los Angeles, who's worked with YABT to make us feel so welcome. We're also deeply indebted to the strong support of the organizers of the Summit of the Americas, particularly the U.S. State Department and the Office of the OAS Summit of the Americas Secretariat. And we acknowledge that each delegate made a special effort to be here or to connect via the internet. For all of us, today begins an adventure in talking, thinking, and doing. To all the delegates, this is an opportunity to make sure that the hemisphere's leaders hear your ideas and your vision for your future. This is your chance to speak up for yourselves on the vital issues that directly affect your lives for the next 50 years. As inheritors of our planet and societies, you have a very real stake in the summit outcomes. You are here to do your part for both today's world and tomorrow's. You can make this summit matter, and you can continue these conversations after the summit to make sure that they move from words into action. As part of my remarks, I've also been asked to briefly tell the story of YBT and the vision that got us here. I decided to give you two versions. I'll give you the short version first. This story is only 4 words. They're easy to remember. If you don't remember anything else I say or anything else said this week, I hope you remember these 4 words, because they sum it all up of the how and the why of YBT. And these 4 words are, do what you dream. Do what you dream. The longer vision began for me at age 14 in 1961, when the President John F. Kennedy launched the Peace Corps. And that sparked an idea that lit up my interest in learning about the world and cultures, and it inspired thousands of young people in the U.S. to put peace into action in the spirit of international cooperation and mutual respect. And like many of you, from an early age, I have always wanted to be an inventor. And I've always been fortunate to work in organizations and with people who encouraged innovation and new ideas. At the OAS, this led to the creation of YBT, following priorities for the OAS that were set by the member states and previous summits of the Americas to create a strategy to create meaningful employment opportunities for young people. For more than 30 years, the OAS has encouraged young people to be entrepreneurs, both in business and in their communities. In this, we've always recognized that young people, young entrepreneurs are also young leaders and superstars. YBT has always been about believing in young people and each person's potential to make a positive difference. Added together across the nations of the Americas, your dreams and work are a tremendous force for good that benefits everyone's future. The success of YBT has always been the work of young people themselves, their supporters, enabling young people to develop and run these initiatives. It has always been, Cecilia said, by young people and for young people. With this spirit of entrepreneurship, YBT became more of a movement than an organization, a catalyst more than just another program. And you inspire other young people. Today we're in the magic box, and it seems like magic that we're here. But I can tell you it took a lot more magic to get here. As a result of the enthusiastic commitment and dedicated teamwork of YBT staff like Luis Figueroa, Valerie Lorena, Edgar Maestre, Cecilia Vilnius, the YBT Board of Directors, along with YBT sponsors and partners who provided the necessary financial resources. A few highlights from the 25 years of YBT's steadfast work. We've conducted more than 600 hands-on business labs organized in cooperation with Israel. More than 30,000 TIC Americas teams have offered innovative projects and talented young entrepreneurs. 6,000 teams have participated in Echo Challenge, made possible by the continuing generous support of PepsiCo. It's amazing what YBT can do with partnership with corporate sponsorships. 5 editions of this forum have taken place in previous summits of the Americas: 2005 in Argentina, 2009 in Trinidad and Tobago, 2012 in Colombia, 2015 in Panama, and 2018 in Peru. Now we add 2022 in Los Angeles with sponsors like Platzi, Shopify, and YouTube. And that is how we got here. But the story today is not about my story or YBT's, it is about your story and your future. This is about hearing your visions and what you are doing and what you dream for yourself, your family, your community, and your country. It's about making that dream come true in the future that works for all. And that is why we're here. If we look around, we clearly see how today's world needs you, desperately and urgently, more than ever before. It needs your talent and your energy. We daily see the story of many young people in crisis around the world. Their realities are too often about hunger, poverty, violence, war, grief, and an uncertain future. These young people may have only dreams and only hope to get by. But they too have potential, and they are an essential and for in a peaceful and prosperous world. It is up to you here to make something happen for them too. Please remember that you don't just represent yourself, but you also represent all the young people of the Americas. You here are the lucky ones. Just by being here, you are fortunate to have the opportunities and organizations available to help you achieve these dreams. But this will not happen by just dreaming. It takes doing. The first of the 4 words is do what you dream. These ideas, discussions, and commitments will give you a roadmap. But to be more than just talk, this must be matched with action, a commitment of resources, both technical and financial. Your active involvement is fundamental to positive solutions that we need and in finding those resources. In the 13th edition of the ECHO Challenge competition, we again see excellent initiatives that are more than just ideas. These inventive projects prove that the next generation is not just dreaming about saving the planet, you're already doing something about it. Part of this means that it's also up to you to invent, or at least contribute to, a new business model. You show that it's possible to create enterprises that are socially sustainable, responsible, and inclusive. Your initiatives embody the theme of the Summit of the Americas, of sustainability, resilience, and equitable. The presence of the young people at this summit has grown stronger with each one. The 9th summit now includes young people as one of the 3 principal pillars and stakeholders of the collaborators. It acknowledges the importance of including you, the next generations, as partners. Remember that the Summit of the Americas is not just this week. Its work continues every day to follow up. I encourage you to use that opportunity to keep the momentum going forward by continuing to work at home with these leaders and organizations, and to keep advocating for resources. I hope that when you go home, you will share your experience here with them. You are now part of YBT's network, and connecting with each other will keep this momentum moving forward. And today's technology makes that easy to keep in touch. All of you here inspire me. You will also inspire the hemisphere's leaders to action more than you realize. Most important, you will inspire other young people. I look forward to the results of your discussions and conversations, and to see your declaration of commitment and action, and to hear about how you use this opportunity to put these goals into action. Don't forget, your dreams and work will encourage others to have dreams. You will show what is possible that can happen when you do what you dream. Thank you for all you have done and for all you do. Thank you.
Con eso damos por inaugurado el Foro de Jóvenes de las Américas. Ceci. Okay, gracias. Continuamos con nuestra primera sesión plenaria, una conversación en el futuro del comercio. We continue with our first plenary session, a conversation, the future of commerce. Please welcome Marian Mujica, Clark Rabier, Claudia Magdaleno, Isabella Chusid, and Nicolás Valenzuela to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mariam Mujica from Shopify. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you, as I think many of us have been waiting for this moment and for this particular gathering for a really long time. Personally, I have such a new appreciation of real-life moments, such as the one that we're experiencing right now at Summit of the Americas. I also wanted to thank YABT for pulling together such an incredible agenda with stellar participants that we're seeing today and throughout the three-day conference. I wanted to introduce the next panel through a personal story on the future of commerce. I grew up in Mexico City, and during spring break, we would go to Acapulco. I remember my earliest memories of the trip are usually 8 to 9 hours long from when I was 6 years old. My mom would make sandwiches for us to eat in the car, and we would stop twice to stretch our legs. The road from Mexico City started out with terrible traffic just to get out of the city. Then you would get to Cuernavaca. In Cuernavaca, there was a 2-lane highway that was in decent condition. But once you passed Cuernavaca, the road became more unpredictable and more uneven. 6 hours into the trip, when you approached Chilpancingo, the roads were frequently single-lane highways, twisting and turning to get around the mountains that you had to traverse to reach the coast. I'll never forget those twists and turns, as that's usually when I started feeling carsick. But when I was 13 years old, a new road was constructed. The new road literally blew and cut through all those mountains that we had to go round and round before. They had blown tunnels through the mountains with beautiful, smooth, 3-lane highways. The trip took almost half as long, a little over 4 hours. I remember being in awe with the new highway, as they had constructed what seemed to my 13-year-old self as not only a beautiful, wide highway, but also had a very cool and modern-looking bridges and tunnels. Although it was a faster and easier journey, you still had to commit to making the 4 to 5 hour drive. How that road evolved from one full of bumps, potholes, single-lane highways, twists and turns on big mountains, to one that seemed like an impeccably constructed 3-lane highway is how I think about entrepreneurship and Shopify. Entrepreneurship represents many things, including courage, perseverance, strength, passion, and relentlessness. It means you take an idea and turn it into your reality. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, the mind, once stretched by an idea, never returns to its original dimensions. Shopify, for me, represents that new road to Acapulco. We don't think entrepreneurship is easy. On the contrary, we understand that to reach your final destination, it's going to be a lot of hard work, and you will encounter many challenges that are equivalent to those potholes and twists and turns from that original road I described. But what we want to do for each entrepreneur is to provide a faster, smoother road that will cut through many of those pain points that entrepreneurs experience as they cross each bridge of their own to reach their own dreams and make those into a reality. Frida Kahlo once said, "I don't paint dreams or nightmares. I paint my own reality." Today, we wanted you to hear about the reality that Isabel, Claudia, and Nicolas each painted for themselves, and how despite the limited resources they had, they never gave up. They also harnessed the tools that they knew could cut through some of their own mountains and challenges. And although we look at the past to learn, there's nothing more exciting than to think about what possibilities lay ahead in the future. I'll now turn it to my colleague, Clark Rabier, who will talk and have a conversation with the three of them and how they got their first idea to sitting here on stage with all of us. And more importantly, what they see as the future of commerce through their own individual journeys as entrepreneurs. Over to you, Clark.
Thank you, Miriam. Oh, is this a... Thank you, Miriam. That was a wonderful introduction, and it's a great segue into one of the key themes that we'll be talking about in our discussion on the future of commerce: change. The only constant in commerce is change. Entrepreneurs and business owners have dealt with more change in the last 2 years than in the previous 2 decades. As a side effect, they've grown more resilient. and it's a good thing because there's more change ahead. Joining me today to shine a flashlight on this future are Claudia, Isabella, Nicholas, three incredibly successful entrepreneurs who've not only adapted, but thrived during this period of intense change. Claudia Magdaleno is the founder of Cherry Pink, one of the most popular fashion and casual clothing stores in Mexico, which specializes in bikinis and swimwear. Founded in 2009, Claudia's company has sold thousands of swimsuits and has millions of devoted followers across her social channels. And it's worth noting that Claudia started this when she was just 19 years old. Isabella Shadid, from my far right, is the founder of Linus, which sells 100% recyclable, waterproof, and vegan sandals. Every pair of Linus sandals are made entirely in Brazil with the most sustainable, raw products the country has to offer. Founded in 2018, Isabella's company has already achieved incredible success, as evidenced by her placement on the Forbes Under 30 list as among the most innovative young people in fashion in Brazil. And finally, Nicholas Valenzuela. Nicholas and his wife Maida launched the first design and decoration blog in Chile in 2011. This attracted thousands of daily visits. They then turned that blog into their current business, Depot 51, which is now the #1 design, decoration, homeware, and gift destination in Chile. Nico and his wife also run an agency, Lab 51, that has helped hundreds of Chilean businesses get online. Now, before I begin, I would like to just give a brief round of applause for the three on the stage with me today. And finally, the least interesting on the stage today is myself. My name is Clark Rabior, and as Mary mentioned, I'm the head of multilateral affairs at Shopify. I'm deeply honored to be sharing the stage with these brilliant entrepreneurs, and can't wait to hear the insights they'll share with you all today. And before I get into the future-looking part of the panel and what they see as the future of commerce, I want to start with what inspired them to become an entrepreneur, because I look out in the audience today and I see a lot of entrepreneurs who are either growing or managing their business. And so I want to get into the deep understanding of how and where your ideas came from. So Claudia, I'll maybe start with you. You launched your business in 2009, as I mentioned, at the age of 19, which I don't even want to know what I was doing at 19. But what inspired you to become an entrepreneur and start your business?
Well, from a very young age, I had this idea of having my own business. But to be realistic, I couldn't afford it. So I created this brand when I was 19 years old. And at the time, I only had $200 that I saved from my job as an intern. So I opened a Facebook page, bought some clothes, and prepared the first local shipments that I delivered by myself. And yes, it was 2009. There was not much information about how to sell online. And I received many questions like, are you not going to look for a real job? Or do you really make a living out of it? So after a lot of work and a lot of passion in my project, I built a community of almost 1 million followers around my brand. I was mentioned as a successful story by Facebook and Shopify, and some national and international media contact me to know more about my story. And well, that was the beginning. After that, currently I have 2 more brands. One of them is 1 Minute Pretty, of body hair removal kits, and the second one is CEO Factory, of online courses to create successful digital brands, where I teach through videos the same method that I follow and help me to create the 2 brands that now I have in the market. But, well, I don't want you to think that everything was perfect, because it wasn't. I always believe that it is necessary to normalize the failure stories behind the successful stories. And I want to share also this with you. At some point, I decided to open a boutique, believing that being a digital company was not enough, and that to make it real, I needed a physical store. So, long story short, I realized that I wasn't passionate about it. Unluckily, it was too late. I had invested all my money, and I was at my lowest point. Now I remember that I used to love sleeping because that was like a button to turn off my problems. And a good friend of mine told me, you are not a tree. If you don't like where you are, you can move. And that's what I did. I closed the store and decided to be just an e-commerce brand again. And well, after that, and in my desperation to relaunch my website and not having a website designer to do things for me as fast as I wanted, I heard about Shopify. And in a couple of weeks, I made the website by myself. I installed apps to increase conversions and focus on selling only swimwear. And I think that was when everything changed for me and my brand started to be what it is today.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's a great reminder that entrepreneurship is really, really hard. It's very difficult. It's filled with more downs than ups, but that's an incredible story, and we're so thrilled. And we did not tell her to say anything about Shopify, so I was thrilled to hear that. So thank you, Claudia. And I'll maybe go to Isabella now, and a similar question. You launched your business in 2018, which was just before this period of incredible change that we just witnessed. What inspired you to start, and has anything changed over the past few years for yourself?
Okay, first, I didn't start as an entrepreneur because, first of all, actually, my family has many entrepreneurs, but I thought I didn't want to follow this path. I wanted to follow a more stable path. And after a couple of years working at huge companies, I realized I was tremendously unhappy. Like, as Claudia said, I was not in a good place, and I decided I had to move on. But sustainability has always spoken to me since I was a child. When I was 4 years old, I learned at school what recycling was, and I really internalized this concept. And when I decided I wanted to open my own business, I knew it had to do with sustainability. At the same time, by the end of 2017, in the beginning of 2018, I was already working online at a company. And I'm a very casual person in the way I dress. And I spend my whole days barefoot, and I would only put some flip-flops on if I had to go out. So my feet started to ache, and I went to the doctor. By then, I knew that I had a physical condition called hyperlaxity, which means that I'm more flexible than the average person, but it's not a serious problem. It's okay. And the doctor said, okay, you should wear shoes that really gives the insole the support your feet arch needs. So I started to look around, and I couldn't find a brand with a product that had all the features that I was looking for. So by that time, I needed more than ever a very comfortable shoe, but I also wanted it to be sustainable. I wanted to be affordable, and with a cool design. Even though I'm casual, I still like cool designs. And a thing that was easy to use, because I don't like to put a lot of thought on what I'm wearing the day. So after doing a market research, I found out there was no brand providing a product with all these features. And I said, okay, am I the only one looking for all this stuff in one same product? And I realized that no, actually, a lot of people want to buy in a more conscious way. People are even willing to pay a little bit more for this, but they don't want to, again, put a lot of thought. I think we live in such an anxious society that is always living in the future or in the past, hardly in the present. And the purchase moment is a moment when it's a distress moment. People are buying to make the tension go away, and they are very often irrational. So when you offer a product that has all the features that people are usually looking for, and it's also sustainable, it's like you're saying to the person, you don't have to worry where this product is going to, where it comes from. I'm thinking about it for you. The sale happened much more easily. So that's how it started.
That's fantastic. And to your point, people are looking to buy more sustainable. And I know you wouldn't want to say it, but it's an incredible statistic that between January 2020 and January 2021, Isabella's sales increased 700%. So that is not only a testament to your ability and your ability as an entrepreneur, but that knowledge that sustainability is, something that people are looking for. And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think sustainability is something that people are looking for, and when the pandemic started, we were already online. Again, Shopify didn't ask me to talk about Shopify, but I must mention them. I already had my online store, and when the pandemic started, a lot of business that were not online yet had to brush to go online, and we were already working smoothly on the digital market. So people wanted to buy. They were stuck at home. They realized, I hope people realize a little bit more that the impact that our routine has on the environment, because when we were stuck, the hole in the atmosphere, the ozone layer reduced a little. So being a sustainable brand, for sure it helps a lot.
Fantastic. And I'm going to get to that when we talk about what you think is the future. So stay tuned on that. And so, Nicholas, I'll come to you finally. And, your wife and yourself, took a successful idea. And actually, interesting enough, his company's called Depot 51. I think your apartment was 51. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fantastic. So you not only founded Depot 51, which sells these fantastic products, but you also founded Lab 51, which supports other Chilean businesses to get online. So what inspired you to not only become an entrepreneur, but then help a network of entrepreneurs?
I always want to be an entrepreneur. 10 years ago, being an entrepreneur in Chile was very weird and strange. There's muy poco, unless a lot of people being entrepreneur. So I want to transform a passion to a business. I study architecture. I love design. My wife also loves design, and we got married in 2010, and we decorate our first apartment. So all our friends love our department. So we thought that it was a good idea to show decoration to many people. So in one weekend, we make an experiment, and we took photos to our apartment and published online in a blog. It was the first design blog in Chile, and it became very popular in a few weeks. We publish in many magazines, very famous in Chile, so we become to attract a lot of traffic to our website. So then we thought how to transform this passion in a business. And then we thought about selling online. And we were the first online store in Chile. So there's also, as we were first to market, we became very popular too. And then we became very popular also an e-commerce entrepreneur. So in 2017, our suppliers nos pidieron. My English is not very good, so sorry
fantastic,
for that.
It's fantastic.
So I try to do my best. But they asked us to help to sell online. So we became with one other entrepreneur, and nowadays we have helped more than 250 entrepreneurs to sell online, for small to bigger one, in Chile and many countries of Latin America.
That's fantastic. And I think it's worth reiterating to the crowd that I think in each of your cases, your passion for your product came first. I think it came in different forms, but the passion that you had for what you were doing and what you're, leaving the world with came first and foremost. And so that's fantastic to hear. And I do know the audience here is not only entrepreneurs, but policymakers and business leaders. And I think one of the most interesting things that I've been chatting with these three over the past few days is their vision for the future, because they became an entrepreneur, during a period of transition to the digital economy, especially the last 2 years during this immense period where, as was mentioned, many businesses were forced online for the first time, and so we're living in a period where we're going to see more change, as I mentioned in my opening, coming for not only commerce, but entrepreneurship at large. And so I want to ask a few questions based on, because you are all very successful, and I'm very interested in what you see moving forward, what is going to change for commerce, what's going to change for entrepreneurship. And so Claudia, maybe I'll start with you. It's been 13 years since you founded Cherry Pink. What have been the biggest changes first that you've seen? And what do you think probably the next, let's say 5 years, because I think there's going to be enough change in 5 years, but what do you think the next 5 years are going to look like too?
Well, I think the biggest change that I've seen is in the users and also in the tools that make it easier for anyone to sell online. In my experience, when I started to sell only on Facebook, even Facebook was not prepared for sales. And for example, I didn't have WhatsApp Business to communicate with my customers in a proper way. And talking in general, now there are more payment providers and logistics have improved. I remember that I used to fill out the shipping label by hand, package by package. And now my team just clicks on the orders to generate multiple shipping labels that are printed in a matter of seconds. And talking about the users, well, they prefer to buy in physical stores for sure. I remember questions like, how do I know that my package will arrive? How do I know that you're not going to keep my money? Or the most common one was, do you have physical stores? And that has totally changed to the point where the question is not if you have a physical store. The question is, do you ship worldwide? So I think that, well, something that I have to say here is that I think that marketplaces have an important role in the e-commerce transformation by setting an example in some way to vendors of how things should be done and to users of what they should expect from a seller. And if I think in the next 5 years, I think that we will have much more demanding buyers, that the online experience will have to be more personalized, more intuitive, and I'm pretty sure that virtual reality will be an important part of the e-commerce and will make the shopping experience even more like the real world.
That's fascinating. So VR, do either of you see VR as, I'm looking, and if you don't know Lena Sales that Isabel is showing off, I highly recommend you check out her site. It's coming. Does that play a role in either your business, or do you see that? And maybe Isabel, a good question for you is not only the VR aspect, because I think that also does touch on the sustainability model, because you don't need to travel to see something, but what do you see as the future, and do you see something similar to Claudia as well?
I think that the consumer has changed over also. I mean, I have Linux for 3.5 years, so I don't have this amount of experience in time, but people are asking a lot about the material. They want to get to know in depth about why it is sustainable. And during the pandemic, of course, we closed our store, and being able to send all over the country and even overseas was really helpful for us, and being able to have the local pickup that people could order online and go to our store. So this is another thing about being omnichannel. This is something that's really, it's not a future tendency, but I think it's already happening. because people want to buy online and go to the store, or maybe buy at the store and change online. You have to be your whole story integrated. And about sustainability, focus a little bit more on this. Right now, sustainability is still seen as something that differentiates your brand from the others, but it's not gonna last. I mean, it won't be something that differentiates. It will be the rule. I mean, if you're not sustainable, nobody will buy from you. So I really hope this happens, because it is everyone's responsibility, in my point of view, to consume from sustainable brands. Each purchase that you make, you're making a decision. You rather buy from like a huge retailer that sometimes don't pay that much attention to the production chain, or you can buy from a local or even a bigger retailer that is concerned about the emissions and the raw materials and this kind of stuff.
I was just about to ask if you saw it as if every business of the future is going to have sustainability as their model. So I think you're spot
If we're
on.
not sustainable, we're not gonna make it. Like, we won't be there. So
I 100%. I actually have here, there's a market study that we did, and 77% of buyers are now concerned about where their products are coming from. So I think let's hope that reaches 100 very soon. Nicholas, I think we've heard, the importance of multi-channel. We've heard about the importance of sustainability and the intersection of that. One thing that I think every entrepreneur has to deal with today is social media, blogs. How do we reach buyers? How do people know about our products? And your story is fascinating, where you started with a blog with your wife, turned it into a business. And so do you see the future of blogging and social media of retaining buyers continuing, or where do you see that going? What do you think is the future of how you obtain customers?
Yes, today it's easy to start selling online, and in the future will be more easy to sell online. What is not easy is to start selling online. What is not easy is to sell online, is to attract traffic. So you have to create a community, because the community will you attract traffic and you can sell to all this community. You have to find a need to be an expert and to stand out to the competition, because in the future years there will be many an online store, and so you have to stand out of the competition. Also, you have to be sustainable. You have to create a brand to impact other people. We are not in the business only on selling online. We have to change the life of maybe one person, then 100 person, and then a million person. So I think also the collaboration is the future. It's not the competition. You have all the entrepreneurs has to collaborate each other to create a community to change the world, I think.
And adding to what Nico said, I think the community sense is also very important among the consumers, because, as he said, paid traffic is getting more and more expensive. I mean, it's more expensive than fossil fuel, I don't know, but it's super expensive. So when you create a sense of community where people feel like they belong to the brand. I mean, people are not buying the product anymore. They're buying the brand. They're buying the lifestyle, the idea behind the brand. So the sense of community is super important to make your business bigger, and then you are able to have brand lovers. People who are really talking about the brand and defending the brand.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Nick.
When we start, you don't have at this time you don't have to pay for advertisement. We only have organic traffic, and nowadays it's impossible to have organic traffic. So the only way to have organic traffic is to create a story, to create a brand with purpose, to have a story to tell, because people remember the story, not the brand.
And I think if what I'm hearing too, it's and especially from a lot of what you've said, it's changing from a race to the lowest price to a race to the best experience, the product that reaches your community, that you can build that community around. Is that kind of the future that you all see? And I see it in all of your brands and what you've done. So it's fantastic. And we only have a few minutes left, but I would love to end with getting a bit of advice from yourselves who are, successful entrepreneurs in your own right, for some advice for those in the audience. And so the first one, and anyone who wants to answer these, please go ahead. What's one lesson you would share with the entrepreneurs in the room today? Just one, if you had to pick.
Okay, I will answer this. I think that you have to give yourself permission to start late, to start over, or just to be afraid, because I think that it is the same feeling for people who invest their last $200 like me, as it is for people who invest millions. It's called fear, and it's okay, and it means you're achieving things. So I think that it is important to forgive yourself for your mistakes. There is nothing wrong with you. If you fail once, twice, or even multiple times, you are learning how to do business, and nobody is born knowing that. I think that.
All the big companies start small and without enough money. So don't be afraid to start light. The important is to have a purpose. The important is to change the life, maybe starting changing the life of one person, maybe the person who starts working with you, then go to 100 and then go to 1,000,000. So entrepreneurship is a difficult road, but if you have a purpose, it will help you to wake up every day and fight for your dreams.
And if you, in my opinion, if you're starting with consumer goods, if possible, start bootstrap. If you're able not to spend your whole life saving in testing the product, it's a good idea. It's good to test the market and then grow the business naturally and sustainably. And when I mention sustainability, it's not only environmentally speaking. I mean financially too, and of course socially. You got it. So you need to pay attention to the whole product chain and the people working there too. If you're able to give opportunities to people that wouldn't have the opportunities as easily as others, I think that's something fantastic. When cool information is that at Linus, we have 20 people working with us, and there are only 4 men. So it's awesome to work with a lot of women and be able to see the impact that you're having in their lives. So bootstrap always for me.
Bootstrap. I love it. And you've all mentioned this next question often today, which is something that, at Shopify we talk about often, which is entrepreneurship is really hard. It's worth it, but it's very hard. So the next kind of rapid fire, what's been the most difficult part of owning your own business? And anyone can start if you have something.
Learning how to deal with people. It was hard at the beginning because I've never managed anyone before, and the company started to grow, and you want to be able to let all of the people around you also fulfill their life goals. So match all of this and make it work. It's hard, but it's the best thing, really. It's hard, but I've never been happier in my life, and it's really rewarding to see that you're making a difference not only in their lives, but also in the planet, and see that other companies are trying to reach you and see what you're doing so they can follow your path. This is awesome.
Either of you, difficult?
Yes, entrepreneurship is difficult, but it's amazing. I think that it's a lifestyle. You have always a lot of talent. You have to learn a lot. You have to deal with many things, but also you have a great moment for example, like that, when we can share our story to other people, we can inspire, and also we can give a part to build a better world. We are part of the change. So I love the entrepreneurship, the adrenaline. It's like I love that.
I for a moment thought that you were going to say the most difficult part was working with your wife, which would be for myself.
This is
I'm
the
sorry,
best part.
I'm sorry to my
for
wife.
me,
but
it's the best part.
Yeah, I think she might be watching, so I apologize. But Claudia, how about for you?
Well, for me, the most difficult part, I think, is that all the responsibility of things going well or going bad falls on you. So you are 24/7 thinking about how to improve your brand, and that can be overwhelming, of course.
And you don't have vacations, never again. I mean, you can go for a trip and you're still working 24/7.
And
also, one thing, if you have a great team,
Yes.
always it's gonna be more easier, because we can support them. We built a great team, and I want to thank all my team, always to be with all the great disposition, and I'm very happy, and I love them.
I will add, Nico reminded me of a good tip too, is surround yourself with excellent people, people that are much better than you. So then you can be outside doing other stuff, and you know things will be going well inside.
Fantastic. And the final question for our panel today, and this is one that Claudia, you're very honest about as well. But what's one big mistake that you've made in making your business? Because I think it's always worth talking as much about the failures as it is about the successes. And I think this room is always, so it could be anything from, not launching orange sandals in the first wave of Linus, but interested if there's anything that, if you're open to share, that you share with the crowd.
I don't know, I need to think.
If not, we can end on a happier note and go from there.
No, I have an idea. For me, was that at some point I was like in a comfort zone, and I stopped learning. And this world of digital and the e-commerce world changed very fast. So it's very easy to fall behind. And what I did is that I took a lot of online courses, and I haven't stopped since then.
That's fantastic. And I will say, and one big shout out here is all the panelists today and all the Shopify crew are going to be on the second floor. We have a big display up there. So if you want to talk to Claudia, Isabel, or Nicholas, please come up to the second floor and talk with them there. We'll be there today and tomorrow. But I would just now like to take the time and please join me in thanking our brilliant entrepreneurs for sharing everything with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clark, and to all the entrepreneurs. Thank you. Please accept Clark's invitation to see the interactive map that they have on the second floor of the expo. We're going to continue with our program in just one moment. Don't leave. please don't lose your chairs. We're going to start in just 1 minute. Please don't lose your chairs. Hello, everybody. Please take your seats. We're going to start with our next session. I'm very glad to welcome you. Hello, please. Please take your seats. Excuse Thank you so much. We continue with our first keynote address on the topic of transforming the economy through education. Please join me to welcome Cristina Nolasco of Platzi.
Hello, hi everyone. Good morning to all. It's super exciting and I'm super happy to be here with you this morning from Platzi. It's so heartwarming to be here in the context of the Summit of the Americas with so many young people with new businesses, new ideas, new projects. And I'm here to tell you that this is how Platzi started. Platzi started as an idea between two young guys, Freddy Vega from Colombia and Christian Vanderhens from Guatemala, who had a crazy dream to change Latin America. And today, Platzi has become the largest edtech in Latam, training millions of people, professional online education, and changing millions of lives. It became a sustainable, a scalable business model. And to tell you more, I leave you with Freddy Vega, CEO of Platzi. Please help me welcome him. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Freddy Vega. I am the CEO and co-founder of Platzi. And at any point in time, there will be slides at my sides, I think. I had a question in the meantime. Who of you speaks Spanish? Just raise, oh, nice. And who of you don't speak Spanish? Don't worry, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could technically do it in Spanish, but then I will make you feel bad, right? It will be okay, don't worry. Spanish is cool now. My name is Freddy Vega. I am the CEO and co-founder of Platzi. For those that you don't know, Platzi is the largest technology school in Latin America. What we do is state education for every single professional in Latin America. The reason why we do it is because Latin America is a gold mine of talent. We have 650 million people, of which 260 million are in the age bracket or conditions to study something related to technology, engineering, science, math, etc. And we have several unique things that are only possible in Latin America. First of all, we share the same time zone. And in a remote world, that is fantastic. We all work in the same time zone as the largest consumer market in the world, which is this one. We also share the same culture. This doesn't happen anywhere. A Spaniard and a French cannot be friends immediately. It will take a while. But someone from Paraguay and someone from Mexico can be friends immediately. Someone from Peru and someone from Bolivia can do business immediately. We share the same culture across a very large mass of a continent. And we speak, with the exception of Brazil, we speak the same language. But even Brazilians speak Portuñol, so it's fine. And at the same time, venture capital in Latin America has seen a dramatic rise. And yes, right now we're in like a financial apocalypse that is imminent and everybody is extremely afraid. But it is true that in 2014, only $500 million were invested in total in the region. Then in 2020, it was 4.1 billion. And now in 2021, it's 14.8 billion. And not all of this will go to founders buying Lamborghinis and Ferraris. They're not that expensive anyway. It's like $500,000 to $1 million per car, and it's like 1,000 founders. So it's like $1 billion. So you still have $13.8 billion after 1,000 Lambos to invest in the region and to invest in talent. This is already changing everything. And this is already creating a very important trend in the way that the economies of Latin America are shaped. The reality is that all jobs, regardless of what you think, will become technology jobs. Every single job that you see there, I don't want to read it all, but it's lawyers to founders. Everybody is working in something related to technology or in a tech-enabled business. It's absolutely unstoppable, undefinable, and you should keep in mind that this is happening in a region where only 48% of houses, of families, have a computer. Not 48% of people, 48% of families have a computer, something that was very obvious during the pandemic. And Latin America has its own issues. This is something that I saw yesterday. What share of children are not able to read with comprehension by the end of primary school age? In high-income countries, it's 9%, which is dramatic, but in low-income countries, it's 90%. 90% of kids graduate primary school without being able to read. Man! And that is the other issue of Latin America. Professional education in Latin America is inaccessible and insufficient. We have 260 million people that need this, that are ready to invest in tertiary higher education, and they will not be able to do it. Only 17% of people in Latin America within these age brackets are able to enroll in higher education, which means that the vast majority of people will have to live their lives with a high school diploma. We don't think about them a lot because we work in offices, but they are the ones driving the cars that take us from point A to point B, serving us in restaurants, or just in the background keeping the economy alive and working with a high school diploma. And Latin America is a place where access to higher education is the minimum ticket to get to the middle class. Otherwise, you are condemned to poverty forever. According to the OECD, for 5 to 10 generations, if you're born in poverty. And if you take all universities and all boot camps combined, only 100,000 people graduate from science, technology, engineering, and math careers per year. The demand is 1 million per year, and we graduate 100,000 per year. And this carries on forever. So what we build at Platzi is hopefully the solution for that. It's, imagine if you were able to have asynchronous, the kind of knowledge that you will get in computer science, in marketing, in design, in careers specifically focused on tech jobs, but for less than $1 per day, and that it works. Because the real issue of online education that you probably saw during the pandemic is that online education doesn't work at all. I'm pretty sure that all of you have tried an online course at some point in your lives, right? Especially in the past 2 years of almost the end of the human race. And I'm pretty sure that most of you never finished the course that you started. On average, the completion rate of online education is less than 10%. At Platzi, 70%. We found a way to make this work, and we found a way to make this work at scale. Not only that, but we're getting to an audience that nobody else gets. For half our students, when they pay for Platzi, it is their first time that they're paying for something online, ever. For this half, they come to Platzi earning minimum wage. Minimum wage in Latin America, it's around $300 per month. So in some cases, some of these students are sacrificing a whole month of salary to be able to get a year of education at Platzi. And what happens later is very interesting. Our students arrive to Platzi earning between $4,000 to $8,000 a year on average. And after 1 year, studying 1 to 2 hours per day, asynchronous, they will increase their income 3x to 10x for life. Which, if you see it like that in the multipliers, 3 to 10 times, sounds explosive. But when you think about the salaries in the tech industry and the humongous desperate demand that the industry has for talent, it's actually pretty simple. It's $12,000 to $50,000 per year. It's absolutely realistic. And the median salary for professionals that graduate from universities in Latin America, it's $18,000 per year. So it's a dramatic increase that not only lifts these people out of poverty, but it will lift their communities, their families, and everybody around. Because when you see that your friends are suddenly learning something called Python and changing 2 or 3 brackets of income, everything changes and people are not stupid. They will follow. You can just search the word Platzi on Twitter. Not right now, maybe now like in 3 minutes or so, and you will find these stories all the time. We are seeing stories. Ana de Caña from Venezuela, she went from being a waitress to a front-end developer in the UK. Julian Martinez in Colombia learned growth marketing from nothing, from just high school, and bought his own house recently. Flavio Cesar from Mexico was a construction worker, and in 12 months became a data scientist. There are so many, many more, and we're seeing them every day. Truly, if you search for Platzi on Twitter at any point and just click on latest, you're going to find a relentless outpouring of love at every moment in time of all these students and all their stories. We have 3 million students all around the world. We have one of the largest YouTube channels and one of the largest communities, both in our own platform and externally. I think the only 2 channels that are bigger than ours are Harvard and Stanford right now, and it keeps growing every year. We have also students that become startup founders. So far, since Platzi started, we've seen 34 startups raising more than $1 million in venture capital from students that started their companies studying at Platzi, 30 startups that do more than $1 million in annual sales, and 24 startups funded by Y Combinator. Y Combinator is the largest and most important investment fund in Silicon Valley, and in the past 2 years, Platzi has been the largest referral to Y Combinator globally. We have even seen 3 startups that are doing more than $40 million in annual revenue, and they started as Platzi students working in Latin America. We work with as many partners as we can. We're working with the Inter-American Development Bank, with several governments. Many universities train their teachers, not their students, with Platzi. And we work as official providers on online education for almost every large technology company out there. And the reason why it works is because we combine the quality of production of a masterclass with the community of places like Reddit. We have the professional on-demand classes. This is extremely important. Live, synchronous education online doesn't work. You're just replicating what you see in the classrooms. This doesn't work. It works for this because we're like, it's fun to come to a place. But for online education, live, synchronous doesn't work. That's why it has such low completion rates. What we do is asynchronous education, but it's community-driven. It's all the knowledge, all the know-how, all the lessons that you have learned from, for example, gaming communities. For example, the communities that you see discussing on places like Reddit, on forums. This is knowledge that has been common knowledge since the start of the internet, but for some reason we really want to replicate what happens in a classroom, even though it was invited 200 years ago by the Prussian Empire that doesn't really exist anymore. And we combine that with modern technology, with interactive projects, and with tutorials, answers, and tips driven by the students themselves. So it's a combination of content and interaction that happens between professional teachers and the students. And it's its own cycle that fits itself. We have these free students that become paid subscribers. Some of them will start companies, and a lot of companies will also come to us to upskill their teams and to hire our students. We will, through this, identify the best students, the top 0.1%, and place them in these companies. So we are powering the tech industry of Latin America, and now, thanks to remote work, the tech industry of the world through the whole system that we have built. And this stopped working. Oh no, there you go. Was it this? Yes, this was the one. And we are, right now, at an inflection point for education around the world. At this point, it should be pretty obvious that what we were doing in the pandemic will never allow us as a region to neither catch up or go above. It is very rare for countries to just do the same that other developed countries did and catch up, because everybody's doing exactly the same play. We need to do something different, and both the pandemic, remote work, and the reality of how the digital industry works allow us to see that there are alternatives, and we're trying in Platzi to help be the catalyst for those alternatives. We're seeing right now people everywhere creating their own jobs, their own careers in ways that just didn't exist. But there are also realities that we are not okay with accepting. Like, for example, this will never happen with smartphones. Smartphones, these things that we all have here, are fantastic, and also they're consuming devices. 0 people in the tech industry use a smartphone to create. They may use a smartphone to communicate and to coordinate, but people creating computers, and people in Latin America don't have computers. Only 48% of families have a computer at home. 52% of families don't have a computer. This was very evident when the pandemic started, and a bunch of teachers were trying to bend reality around WhatsApp to be able to teach through these systems, when what we need is a computer with a keyboard, because keyboards are absolutely necessary to create. We can create a whole region that are excellent consumers through the use of touchscreens. But if we want to create a generation of creators, they gotta have computers. They gotta have a keyboard and something, a trackpad, a mouse, doesn't matter. Without this, it will not happen. And without some other stuff. What we have identified while we talk with our students, what we have identified when we try to see how we can increase the impact and the level of access that we give people about professional education, we find that there are things that are outside of our control. The main one, which will become the most important thing that we'll see in 2022, is food safety. And it will get worse because of what's happening right now. Food safety is absolutely fundamental because it's most often the single most important thing that kids need to just read and learn. It is kind of amazing that we still don't have this, at the very least, at the primary and secondary school level. We also need connected computers, not connected tablets. Touch screens are good enough if you're trying to give people something to consume, but people do not create. And yeah, some will say, of course, there are some people that tweet and Instagram and stuff, but you will never see a professional building an app or creating a whole marketing campaign just through a phone. You eventually will need a computer and it has to be connected. Thankfully, the connected part is getting better. Truthfully, Latin America in the past 4 years has been jumping ahead of everybody else in terms of connectivity, at least for the kind of GDP per capita that we have. We also have to find a way to create a passion for reading. One country fixed this in Latin America, which is Argentina, and I really have no idea how they did it. Besides Argentina, I think it's a cultural thing, I don't know. Besides Argentina, nobody else. We just don't read. We just don't, and I know that people here in the US is like, oh no, the US is the worst country in the world because blah, blah, blah. No, we really don't read. In Latin America, we don't read at all, except Argentina. There has to be a way to fix this, and there has to be a way to fix this fast, because it is the most effective, scalable way to learn anything. And we probably need to find a new social contract around high school. If something was evident during the pandemic, is that the money that your family has affects in a dramatic and unfair way the outcomes while you're in high school. And the current model of high school, that again was originally built by the Prussian Empire 200 years ago and eventually perpetuated by the British Empire, all of these empires don't exist anymore, and it's not based on science. There's no reason, scientifically speaking, no paper that demonstrates that the right way to teach is in a 12-year cycle, putting 40 people in a box. There's no single paper that demonstrates that this is the way. The reason why we do it is because that's how we pay teachers. It has nothing to do with quality of education at all. But I think because it's the way that we pay teachers, it is politically not impossible, but extremely hard to change this. So we need to find a better way, and we need to teach them English. Question for the people here. Just scream the number. What do you think is the percentage of people in Latin America that speak conversational English? Scream the number. 5, 10, 12. Who gives more? Come on. 15, 0. No, 0. Come on. It's 6%. 6% of Latin America can speak English like me. And I don't have a great English. I have an okay English. 6% of Latin America can speak English. 94% will have the standard excuse, no, I get it, I understand it. I don't speak it, but I get it. But 6% of Latin America speak English. And we are in the same time zone as the largest consumer market in the world. A consumer market desperate for talent, desperate to hire anybody. Do you know JavaScript and a meat hit in your body? Just come here, have $50,000 per year. Desperate. And we don't get access to that explosion of growth because we don't speak English. India doesn't speak English either, but they speak more English than us. And so they get it, even though they're in a totally different time zone, totally different, and a wild different culture. We watch the same movies. We listen to the same music. We share the same culture. We are in the same time zone. Latin America should be awash with venture capital money. And we're not, because we don't have these 5 things. We're working on it. We launched an English Academy, and I know that everybody in the industry is trying to help. I've talked with Luis from Duolingo a lot about this. It's getting better, but we're very far away from there. Eventually, we will get there. So, in short, what we're trying to achieve here is to make Platzi the engine, transforming Latin America into a tech economy. An economy that is no longer tied to natural resources and manufacturing. That runs out, and it will run out faster than we think. If we are able to instead leverage the human talent that exists in our nations, which is our true renewable natural resource and probably the most valuable, then we will be able not only to leapfrog anything else that we have been doing in Latin America, we will be able to transform our region into a technology superpower and probably find the best, most scalable way to break the cycle of poverty in our region. And that's what we're building for the past 5 years, a platform, a school, and the strongest professional community that we have in the region. Thank you very much. That's Platzi.
Thank you so much, Freddy, for that very enlightening conversation. We are going to come back in just one moment. We're going to put our scenery in order. Thank you so much. Continuamos con el programa. Voy a hacer el switch a español, porque veo que muchas caras están un poco ansiosas de escuchar en su propio idioma. Entonces, pues bienvenidos. Por favor, tomen su asiento. Voy a hacer algunos anuncios muy importantes. Tenemos interpretación simultánea a través de sus... Disculpen, chicas. Gracias. Tenemos interpretación simultánea, como cuando vienen en el avión, usan su teléfono, sus audífonos. Por favor, vayan a la página del foro y pueden seleccionar en qué idioma escuchar lo que está hablando nuestro orador acá arriba. Tenemos redes sociales, por favor, Youth in the Summit, si nos taguean en sus fotos para que todo el mundo sepa que están acá con nosotros. Y en la tarde tenemos la Expo de Innovación y Emprendimiento abierta a partir de las 3 de la tarde, donde también va a estar la presentación de varias sorpresas que les tenemos. Si se las digo ahora, se las arruino, las sorpresas. Pero por favor, consulten su programa en su gafete, con su celular van a ver la última versión de agenda disponible para que puedan seguir todos y cada uno de los oradores que tenemos y todas y cada una de las actividades que hemos preparado para ustedes. Continuamos con el programa. I'm very glad to welcome our next session on Community and National Youth Service, a vision from the field. Please welcome to the stage Michael McCabe, Carol Span, Celina De Sola, Michelle Zapata, and Gabriela Perez.
All right, good morning. Bienvenidos. ¿Cómo están todos? ¿Estamos bien? Excellent. My name is Mike McCabe. I am the Regional Director for Peace Corps across the Americas and including the Pacific. It is wonderful to be with all of you, especially these folks over here. We've had our back to you all day, but want to thank you all for your commitment as being part of the Summit of the Americas. And in particular, I want to thank Luis and Valerie and the OAS team. I think everybody in this room has probably organized events before, and you know how hard it is. So I want to give a big applause first to Valerie and the OAS team and YABT. So they had mentioned 2018, the YABT and the Summit of the Americas was in Peru. And at that time, I was the agency senior advisor on youth for USAID. And we heard loud and clear from young change makers and social entrepreneurs there that they really wanted support to build out a platform to network young change makers for the impact that they were having. And again, you know, sometimes we hear people still make that mistake of saying that you are the leaders of the future. The folks in this room, you've been leading for quite a while. And the challenge isn't so much about leading right now, it's about collective impact. Each of you could be leaders at what you do, but if you're not able to mobilize that collective impact, we don't see that change at the system level. We don't see that change in the communities and at the national level. So this year, 2 years into the pandemic, what we want to talk about today is how do we build that infrastructure that allows us to have collective impact? And what is the role that each one of you can play? And I would guess that each of you has a journey that you could get up here and tell. What was your journey to be here today in Los Angeles? To be a leader, whether in the private and the entrepreneurial sector, the social entrepreneurial sector, or as a community leader. And so I want to really briefly do something. I know you just stretched, but you were sitting there quite a long time. But I'm going to ask you to give us a little bit of knowledge about who's in the room right now. And if you're watching virtually, you can do it too. So I'm going to ask 2 questions. And after each of the questions, I'm going to give you some options. And if that option corresponds to you, I want you to stand up briefly. So this allows us to see kind of who's in the room with us right now. So the first question is, think back to where you started, that moment where you started. if you started your life and commitment to service and volunteer action and stuff as a school-based volunteer, so you're doing service learning, project-based learning, I want you to stand up for a second. Just stand up. If you started out in schools, that goes for you guys too. So if you were school-based, all right, thank you. All right, you started in schools. All right, that's one path. You can sit. If you started with a faith-based organization like Pastoral Juvenil or another faith-based organization making an impact on your community, stand up. Who started as a faith-based organization? Anyone? I'll tell you, I did. All right? All right? How about if you started with a community-based organization like Techo para mi país or others, or if you've done a lot of your work through community-based volunteering, stand up. Okay? Number of people started out through community-based organization. Last one, if you ever did national service, so where are my Mexicanos? Servicio Social de Mexico or Servicio País de Chile. If you've ever done national service, stand up. All right, last one. This is where, if you're not there, this is where you're going next. If you've ever done global service, so you've been a volunteer for Peace Corps, for Atlas Corps, for something else, stand up. All right, there, I love it. Look at all these people. They have served locally, nationally, globally. Thank you, have a seat. So what we want to talk about today is how do we build out the infrastructure, because you're here because you're change makers in a lot of different ways. But again, for collective impact, how do we make volunteer service, servicio solidario, the experience of every young person in the Americas? Because when we look at the issues that are in front of us and the 5 C's of this conference, addressing COVID, addressing climate, addressing corruption, addressing, all these things, one of them is connectedness through civic engagement. And many of you probably in the last 2 years have been affected by COVID. Loss of learning, loss of earning, loss of engagement, loss of loved ones. And so the question is, and how do we meet this moment? And Carol, who you're going to meet in just a second, the head of Peace Corps, has talked about this intensely for the past few years. This is our moment to meet the moment, but we have to do it by bringing a lot more people along. I hope that by the end of this session, you've got like 5 new ideas about how you can take your organization to that level of mobilizing more people to make service the common opportunity of every young person across the Americas. With that, I want to introduce Carol Spahn. Carol is the CEO of Peace Corps. Peace Corps, how many know Peace Corps? Raise your hand. All right, you're going to know Peace Corps by the end of this. So Peace Corps, as Roy Thomason said, Roy Thomason, 1960s, was a volunteer at Peace Corps in the Eastern Caribbean, inspired to create Young America's Business Trust, and has worked with young leaders for the last 50 years. So Peace Corps started by President John F. Kennedy. You're going to hear a lot more about it. But basically, we work with communities all over the world to take action and meet communities. We'll hear more about it from Carol. I'm going to pass it over. And then we're going to hear from 4 other young leaders, leaders of all type. Michelle Zapata from Atlas Corps, Selena De Sola from Glasswing, Jorge Delgado from Peru and Peace Corps, and Gabriela Perez Albarcin from AmeriCorps and Red Cross. But over to Carol.
Thank you so much, Mike. It really is such an honor to be here with you all today. I want to thank the Organization of American States, Young America's Business Trust, for creating this space for us. And I can't tell you really from the bottom of my heart how exciting it is to be here with you all in person. And for those who are joining virtually, welcome. It means so much, just the energy, the enthusiasm, the excitement of being together and connecting as human beings after the last 2 years just means so much. And I want to thank you all for caring enough to show up, because I think even that can be hard sometimes these days. Also for the energy, the creativity, and the commitment that you bring, because as Mike said, that is exactly what this moment in history requires of us. But I want to take you back a little bit, back to when communism fell across Eastern Europe, when armed conflict broke out in the former Yugoslavia, when the HIV pandemic was raging around the world, disproportionately affecting poor and marginalized populations. For the record, if any of you were trying to guess, this was the early 1990s. At that time, I was just a few years into my corporate career in accounting. Very exciting. I know you're all jealous of those early years. And what was happening around the world led me to quit my job at KPMG Pete Marwick, much to my parents' dismay, and join the Peace Corps. So I served as a small business advisor in Romania shortly after the fall of communism, just 4 years after the fall of communism, in fact, which was also right around the time when the internet was released to the public. It hardly seems possible given where we are today, especially with all of the forums on digital inclusion and other technology solutions that are on display at this conference. I honestly didn't think I was that old until I started telling volunteers that I served way back when email was just starting to be a thing, and we were very excited about it at the time. But that decision to answer the call to service has defined the rest of my life. My career choices, my values, my action, my purpose, and I'm not the only one. I've heard time and time again about how a service year or two changes the trajectory of your life, often because it requires us to stretch way beyond our comfort zone. And once you're out there, once you are out there way beyond your comfort zone, there is no going back. There's no going back to that safe space because you've seen the need and you've seen what's possible. So let's flash forward to today. Scientists are warning that we are at a now or never, no turning back moment for climate change. We all know the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted each and every country around the world. When have we ever witnessed something that impacted each and every country around the world, causing tremendous isolation and divisiveness, killed more than 6 million people, set back development progress, including right here in the US. We have global conflicts such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine that are causing destabilization and threatening a global food crisis. I could go on. And this can be daunting. And if you felt overwhelmed, angry, confused as to the state of the world, you are not alone. But importantly, again, I'm glad you're here because it means you are one of the courageous leaders who is already out there doing something about it. As I look back, the good news is that our global community has gotten better at developing a shared vision that's based on a fundamental human right. We've gotten better at working together across nations, across cultures, across languages to meet this shared vision. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are a testament to this. And what I particularly love about these goals is they're not guarded in their ambition. No poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, just to name a few. These goals are designed not just to meet this moment, but to fundamentally reshape our world for future generations. And we have data. We have data that show that when governments, citizens, and donors partner together, apply research, and dedicate skills and resources, measurable progress is possible. Measurable progress is possible. Let's take poverty. When I was in college, 35% of the global population lived in extreme poverty. In 2018, the last year for which we have current data, the share of the world population in extreme poverty had fallen below 10%. That is incredible. In 2019, 86% of people in the world had a basic education or higher. Vaccines, nutrition, malaria prevention, and improved hygiene have lowered the mortality rate of children under 5 years old by an astonishing 60%. And 20 countries, including some of the poorest countries in the world, have reached HIV epidemic control, something that was unthinkable even 20 years ago, and which resulted from unprecedented, sustained commitment at all levels, across borders, and at the last mile. It is very easy to be a skeptic, but global progress has been made and is being made by people like you who were not willing to sit on the sidelines and accept the status quo. I'm really looking forward to this discussion on the incredible potential of formal youth service programs to really, truly accelerate the rate of progress. Today, we have the largest generation of youth in history, 90% of whom live in developing countries. Youth service programs are a powerful way to unleash the skills and passion of the next generation in addressing the most critical local, national, and global issues, and in doing so to empower these change makers for a lifetime and to build bridges across difference. So during the panel, you'll hear about multiple innovative service models, and I'm very delighted for you to hear from our panelists. As the United States Peace Corps, we've been doing this work for more than 60 years. We've partnered with more than 140 countries, and we've sent 241,000 Americans to live and work alongside people in rural communities, to learn their language, and to integrate across cultures. And Jorge, who is here, will share more about our model later. But what you may not know is that we've also supported the development of national service models in Paraguay, Peru, and Costa Rica, just to name a few. Yesterday, Vice President Harris announced a new $50 million initiative through USAID to provide young people in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras with paid community service opportunities, mentorship, and a path to future employment. This is part of a larger effort by the Partnership for Central America. It brings in private sector donors, foundation partners, and Glasswing, who you'll also hear from today, with technical support from the Peace Corps. And it is just so incredibly exciting to see how much interest there is in expanding these kinds of opportunities in other parts of the world. It is our hope that change makers will have the opportunity to do their part, however big or small. And we look forward to an ongoing community of learning between various organizations to support the growth and development of community and volunteer service and to make this vision a reality. And by the way, Peace Corps is now recruiting for 30 countries around the world, in case you're interested. So we are living in an increasingly connected world. I think that's been made clear, and the pace of change can be both overwhelming and exciting. And I often sit back and wonder how history will look back on this time. Will we emerge scarred but more united? Or will isolation and divisiveness prevail? Will we adapt to prevent further climate chaos, as some people call it? Will COVID-19 be our new reality? Will it continue to disproportionately impact communities of color here in the US and vulnerable communities around the world? Or will our resolve be strong enough to keep fighting? That answer is not the mandate of politicians and world leaders alone. We all have an important role to play. And I am just so encouraged and confident knowing that we have the strength and creativity of young change makers to help lead the way. Thank you so much.
I now want to invite up Selena De Sola, who is the founder and CEO of Glasswing. I first met her in El Salvador at a 3-day youth peace summit that was done with 21,000 youth from across Central America. And she also brought together Chino y Nacho and David Guetta to make it a really fun way to launch Gen Now, which has now become a movement for youth taking action in their communities. And you're going to hear about it right now from Selena.
So I'm going to put a timer because I don't want to take more of my time. So just so you guys know, I'm not checking my WhatsApps or anything. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here with all of you. Thanks for having us. This is a really exciting event because it brings together so many of us from so many different places. And you know, that we were talking about this festival. Since then, Chino y Nacho have never played again. So hopefully we didn't do anything to break them up. But anyway, I think we're all here because we're really interested in figuring out, I mean, I'm 45, but I feel young, but I think we're interested in figuring out how we can collectively do more, right? Mobilize more people, do more in our countries. Yo soy salvadoreña. orgullosamente, and we Emprendedora Social. So we started Glass Swing 15 years ago, and almost by accident. We didn't have a business plan. We didn't have anything. I can't even really use Excel very well, but we had this idea, right, of how we could, that we wanted to do something. We didn't really know where to start, and volunteering has always been a really important part of that, because even if you don't know where to start addressing all these crazy challenges, there's something about volunteering that, brings it into something very human, very basic. And so for us, starting in this organization that is now in 10 countries with lots of people, doing this big Service Corps movement with tons of partnerships, I think we always kind of try to bring it back to that. What does it mean to volunteer and to do service? And I think this is an incredible moment where the world is paying attention and knowing that volunteerism and service actually generates value, social and economic value. It's not just something nice you do on your free time. It transforms and it generates value. It changes us individually, but it changes everything else. I mean, Latin America, right? We have high rates of violence, poverty, risk, but there's a huge young population that can change this. So I think that that's something that I think is really important that we have to capitalize on, and not, even if we have steps back, just remember that this is a moment where we can really push stuff forward, because we're starting to understand the power of service more. And one of the things for us, I'm going to read a quick quote from one of the, because I'm not this age, but one of our youth guides said this a couple weeks ago. She's leading a youth group of about 20 young women in Guatemala, and she said, I'm going to say it in Spanish because she did. Aquí somos mujeres luchadoras, tejedoras, luchando por nuestros sueños aquí en Guate y para seguir estudiando y ser alguien en la vida. Yo quiero apoyar a mi comunidad. ¿Quién quita que tal vez me tire para diputada en algunos años? O tal vez alcaldesa. O tal vez monto una organización enfocada en la niñez y juventud. Ana had never done volunteering before. She's been doing this for what, 2 months? So the transformation is real and it's fast, right? And we know that. And some of the things that I think all of us have been testing in our different contexts is what's the best way? What's the best way to do this? Mike was asking about how can we move these things forward? And we've started with school-based volunteering. I started in school-based volunteering, a lot of you guys did. And for us, that was a really kind of easy and straightforward way to do it. And we've been working in public schools, and a lot of other organizations have, organizations, many of which are here actually also. And that's worked really well for us because it does build on this kind of infrastructure, the convening power, a safe place. We need safe places for this. And what's interesting is that working through like school-based volunteering and positive youth development, safe spaces, which is super important for volunteering, and fun, because if it's not fun, we won't keep doing it. I think that's an underrated, important ingredient. And then what's interesting is that now that's evolved into more formalizing this idea of a service corps. And the service corps, this kind of transitioning from doing something like school-based volunteering to going into a service corps is really exciting because we've seen that models work, right? We've seen that the Peace Corps has done incredible things. City Year, Atlas Corps, AmeriCorps, so many institutions, Points of Light and Hands-On Network promote volunteering all over the world. And we've been learning and drawing from all these things, and we continue to, right? I think sometimes armamos el avión mientras volamos, mientras lo volamos. We're learning and talking to a lot of people and gently stalking a lot of people till they actually answer. And it's been a really incredible experience because we had never paired stipends with volunteerism, which has been really interesting and a huge learning. So that's something that's been really interesting for us. And we were able to start it with support from the Howard Buffett Foundation, so the private philanthropy. And that's one thing that I think is really important for all of us here to think about the role of private philanthropy in innovating. If you guys are starting initiatives, if you're social entrepreneurs, volunteer leaders, mobilizers, philanthropy is a good space to try to bring people in and say, do you want to become part of this? This is exciting. So it's not a power dynamic like, please fund me. It's more, do you want to become part of this exciting thing? And I think another thing is just kind of this idea that a 1,000-mile journey starts with one step, right? And being okay with that sometimes it'll be slow, sometimes it'll be fast. And how do we get people involved? Like, how do we get more people engaged? These big volunteer projects are great ways to get people engaged. Makeovers and communities have been useful for us to get volunteers. If they've never done it, fine, don't commit to 2 hours a month or 2 hours a week. Come once, and then you kind of get them hooked in that. So we've been kind of studying what other people do and trying to do the same in Centro America, mostly Mexico, Colombia. And again, I think I want to echo that right now I feel like there's all this push behind it. So it's a really great opportunity for us. Some of the challenges that we've faced obviously is funding, and I think that I'm excited to be on a panel with all these different friends and colleagues, because partnerships are really helpful, even though sometimes we compete to access funding, whether in private investment or nonprofit, but partnerships are really, really key for that, because we have different strengths, right? So some of us are really good at some aspects of this and some at others. So I think not just with other NGOs, but also government, even though it's super complicated sometimes to work within public systems, it's not as complicated to go to one school, right? Or one clinic, or one institution that is public, and then generating a demand for what we're trying to do that's real. And then obviously we're all here because we believe in the power of youth. Like, we need to change the narrative. Young people in Latin America are not a liability, they're an asset. And we need to get away from the stigma that we've been facing for so long. And then everything we all know, right? Just keep asking questions. We need to ask each other questions. And I think we all here have big visions for what we want to do and how many people we want to reach. But I think I want to just close with one other quote that I love, because I think if we can kind of keep this in top of mind, I think it's been helpful for us, and I want to mention it, by Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that has. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Selena. And it's true. I mean, if you look at the trajectory, your own life trajectory, and the ones of everyone here, it's about creating lifetime opportunities. I will tell you, you will definitely look back at some point or along the way and realize that your life is way more remarkable because you took those chances and that path less taken, as the poet said. And so we're super excited to support the Central America Youth Corps that Glasswing and others are doing to really build out new models across Guatemala and Honduras and other places. I now want to pivot a little bit to a different model, which is for here in the United States, the largest national youth service in the Americas is AmeriCorps. And it's working across the United States. And so I want to welcome Gaby Perez Albarracin, who's with the California AmeriCorps and the Cruz Roja, the Red Cross, working particularly on disaster response. So she could talk a little bit about her journey from Bolivia to here and where that takes us all, but more importantly, how we can learn lessons from that model that each of you could take back to scaling your programs or being more connected. Gaby?
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here addressing you, and I'm so sorry. My voice is kind of raspy, so I apologize. But I'll do my best. It really is a pleasure to be in front of such big leaders and you guys that made it here. So I want to thank you for being here. I know you're going to hear a lot, but really, you're showing up for everybody. So thank you. Let me tell you a little bit about me. My name is Gaby Perez Albarracin, and I am from La Paz, Bolivia. I started my journey to service really young, actually not knowing I was serving. I was going with my dad to his job, right, Caritas Bolivia at the time, and he was making me sort through things, cots, blankets, donations, because we would get those when an emergency happened. And I really didn't know what I was doing, but I got hooked. Through college, I decided to do my own things. I got involved with ISIC. I don't know if you guys heard of it. Great, yes. So I got involved with ISEC and I traveled to Colombia and I served there as well. I worked with youth that had some problems with addictions. So that really pushed me out of my comfort zone, like you heard before. So I wanted more. I moved to the US and I looked for opportunities to volunteer. And I was very fortunate to find the Red Cross and AmeriCorps. So you heard about partnerships a little bit, and I am going to continue with that path. So who here has heard of the Red Cross? If you can raise your hand. Great. The Red Cross, the Red Crescent? Yes. So big humanitarian movements, right, that have millions of volunteers that move many, many resources, right? They are present in more than 150 countries, and they mobilize people in an amount of hours, right? But how do we do this? And what can you take from this model? Think about a chair. I don't know if you guys crossed through a chair in the parking lot. Like there's a huge chair. But think about a chair with 4 legs. One of the legs are volunteers. 90% of the local Red Cross or their workforce are volunteers. So never underestimate the power of volunteerism. The next leg, it's employees, of course. We need employees that are behind the scenes, right? Making everything happen. The next leg are donors. Donors that donate not just money, but their time and assets and resources. And last but not least important, we have partners. Public partners, private partners, government organizations. And that leads me to talk to you guys about AmeriCorps. So AmeriCorps is a federal entity that is funded by the Congress. So how do we work with AmeriCorps? So usually what AmeriCorps does is provide grants to organizations like the Red Cross and others to make changes to fulfill the needs that you all are facing, that you're all working to change. So that's what AmeriCorps does. We call ourselves like a brother or sister of the Peace Corps by local. So that's kind of like who we are. And you guys heard of the Peace Corps, right? Raise your hand if you heard of the Peace Corps. You just did, so everybody should be raising their hands. Thank you for that. So yeah, that's what we do. And then, so let me explain a little bit about the model of AmeriCorps. They have all these resources that come. We partner together, right? But who makes things happen? Members, right? We are all boots on the ground, and you have been boots on the ground, and maybe you're gonna start your own nonprofit organization sometime, and you're gonna partner with these government organizations. But members are the ones who make things happen. So why do we wanna be a volunteer? Why do we wanna serve, right? Well, it might be because of the experience, right? It might be because of the stipend, which is a very good motive to do. But here AmeriCorps invests in your professional development. So at the end of your term of service, you get this grant that will help you towards college, towards higher education, because they want to invest in people, social, right? They want to make that change in you. So in California, we are very fortunate that our local Red Cross has a partner called California Volunteers who manage AmeriCorps. 80 programs of AmeriCorps that help 160,000 people in California. California is a big state, and I hope you guys get to see it. It is beautiful. But the need is greater. So that's where we are working. And that's what we do. We meet the critical needs of people here in California. So with that, it sounds great. We have the partners, we have the people, we have everything we need, and we make it happen. With the Red Cross, what do? So we respond to local disasters, which is very important. Due to climate change, have we seen more wildfires, mudslides, earthquakes, and things like that? Yes, we have, and we respond to all of those. We build capacity by managing volunteers, bringing more volunteers into the organization, and that gives all of our members the opportunity to become those leaders that they have inside, and that you guys all are. So we also prepare communities in case of emergencies. You really never know. You just need to be prepared, right? And I'm sure you all are here today. When you were packing, if you travel, what did you pack? I'm sure, I always overpack, so I'm sure we all are prepared. We all overpack sometimes. Before I end, I wanted to just share with you guys that not everything is easy. Everything has the challenges. But my team has taught me that challenges equal opportunities, and opportunities come from lessons learned. So that is the best way to take it. And I want to leave you with 3 of them that my mentor and supervisor has taught me, that my members have taught me, and they are here today, so hi. The very first one is learn how to navigate the system. Somebody walked the walk before you, right? So look at all these leaders here. Ask questions, reach out. Can you find them online? Yes, you can. Can you email them? Yes, you can. You should. Ask those questions. Don't be afraid to reach out. Second thing, be flexible, adapt. Maybe things are not going your way today. You know how it goes one day, the next day you don't know. But be resilient, right? Adapt. That's what we need. And you guys are showing that today. Last but not least, do not ever give up. Don't give up on your dreams. Why would you? You're here for a reason. You want to serve. You want to make somebody else's life better, right? So don't forget about that. So I want to leave you with a quote and kind of like a question for you. Who you are today will bring you closer to who you want to be tomorrow. So I want to challenge all of you guys today to take action, right? Challenge you today to continue to be that agent of change in your communities, that advocate that we all need. Show everybody what they can do and help them get to where they want to go. So, ¿quién eres hoy? ¿Quién quieres ser mañana? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and for your journey of service and through AmeriCorps now, and how we're addressing issues like COVID, how we're addressing issues of disaster preparedness and mitigation. And many of you in your countries have been affected by both those things and will be much more in the future, especially along the lines of climate. And when you think about AmeriCorps, as Gabby was talking about, it's 100,000 young people in collective action to address those issues, address the loss of learning that happened due to COVID. I was just in Colombia, and the Minister of Education said, you know what, we had 16% of our students did not come back to school. And those that have are suffering from a situation of convivencia, where they're coming back impacted by the all sorts of aspects of being separated from colleagues and friends over 2 years. And so that's why having this collective impact of a model where you serve in teams with others is so important. And you may say, well, yeah, that works in the US, but what about in my country, with whether it's community-based, the way that Selena was talking about with what we're doing across Central America, or in other places. So I want to introduce Jorge Delgado from Peru. Jorge is our youth program manager for Peace Corps, but Jorge has also been working to create Sinovol with the Peruvian government to really make service the common opportunity of all young Peruvians. So, Jorge.
Oh, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here in front of you. Thank you very much to Peace Corps for allowing me to come to this very important event, especially with youth. When I see you, I can feel that energy of youth, especially because I have a daughter. She's 20. And when I have the opportunity to talk to her about what we do in the Peace Corps, she's always asking me this question: why we don't have a Peace Corps in Peru? Why we don't have a national system in Peru? So it's something that has motivated me to do a lot of efforts to allow my host country, in this case Peru, to do the best to establish a national volunteer system that is required in many of our countries, I guess. So first of all, I would like to explain you how it looks like the Peace Corps. I know some of you have information about that already, but you know, the Peace Corps, since it was created in 1961, we promote peace and friendship in the host countries we are nowadays. So our main goal will be to generate this interaction between host country nationals and volunteers. So we will learn each other from from each other. Volunteers will learn from Peruvians, Peruvians will learn from the volunteers as well. So we put a lot of emphasis in our interaction. We are really concentrated in creating also the capacity building in our community partners, because there are big things they can do, and we are there to support them. We are there to project all the energy, all the good intentions we have to develop our regions. So another important point to mention in regards to the Peace Corps is we have a presence in 60 countries right now. We are getting back because of the pandemic. Our volunteers had been evacuated, but now we're getting back. Last week, they got back to Peru, so we're really happy to restore the process in our communities, because you don't have an idea how many community partners had been requesting in the last 2 years, where is the Peace Corps? Where are the volunteers of the Peace Corps? Now we're getting back, and we're so happy to restore the process, to start again, and help them, support them in whatever they need to do. So there are benefits when you are in the Peace Corps, of course. When you are in service, there will be an stipend, there will be a housing, there will be also a medical support for you, there will be a safety and security support, there will be a technical support. I am a project manager, I will be there to support technically what my volunteers will require. But keep in mind that we are looking for the best way to create self-sustaining strategies in the countries we are working with. Also, right after your service, you might be able to get some benefits, especially in the educational aspects for ongoing opportunities in education, but also you will be able to get access to some government positions. So those are the main benefits. But also another important thing to mention, we have a big network of volunteers who are doing their services. We have 240,000 former volunteers right now, and this is a good experience, because everywhere you go, you will find always someone who was involved in the Peace Corps. Now, remembering my conversation with my daughter, she was telling me, what do you do? What areas do you cover? I was explaining her that we have youth in development, of course, is my sector, but we have also health, we have education, we have agriculture, we have community development. So those are the main areas that we work for. And how it looks like when you want to get involved in the Peace Corps. So there will be a process. The first one is your application. You have to apply to be a volunteer. In this process, Peace Corps will evaluate who is applying, and there will be some processes, some protocols to be followed. Then there will be an interview. You will be interviewed to be if you are okay to serve in our organization. If everything is okay, you will be invited to serve. You will come to us to serve in the country you will be selected. Then there will be an onboarding process and a staging process here in the USA, and you will go to the country. But in the country, you have to consider that there will be a pre-service training, because before going to your community, you will have to get into the culture. You will have to get into the technical information you require to do your service. But also, it's important, the language. Maybe you need to learn a foreign language to work in this specific country that you might be assigned. So this is how it works, the pre-service training. Later on, you will be closing your service. You will be ending your process with us. So there is a close of service ceremony, and also there is a close of service date, because you will be ending at a specific time. So you have to work on final reports. You have to demonstrate what was achieved in your community during this whole process you did your service. So that's how it works, our service model. We got interesting results. If you allow me to share, in Peru, for example, through the work with volunteers and promoting youth community service projects, we were able to increase in 5% the number of students in the superior education. It was a really, really good result we got. And also in one specific community in the north of Peru, we were able to reduce to zero the number of teen pregnancy rates in this community, which it was about the 11% in the community. So we were able to do that, and it was an effort between community partners, and volunteers, working together, doing the things together, because we expect they will be able to do on their own in the future, because Peace Corps will have a present, but then we have to leave, because the communities, they need to do things on their own as well. So thinking about this international service model that Peace Corps offers, It's so important to know that in Peru, nowadays, we have a national direction of volunteering. They have an intention to start a national service program, but there is a problem. They provide policies, they know about volunteering, they have regulations about it, but they don't know exactly how to do it. So here is where Peace Corps comes. What we are doing to support our countries, especially in Peru nowadays, we are providing resources, we have staff that can provide all the experience, we have international events like these people can be invited to be part of. So we have a lot of resources to share, and that's the way how we are promoting the connection between the Peace Corps as an international service model with the intention of the Peruvian government to implement a national service program. What is happening nowadays, this process, it's very, very interesting because now we are starting to project, especially virtual service participants, because we didn't have presential volunteers, so we were doing as well virtual service. So we got two participants doing the virtual service, helping the National Direction of Volunteering to work on their protocols. There is a very nice internet source that you can look in your cell phones or internet, is the name Cinabol. If you go to Cinabol, you will find that there is a way to get registration in the Peruvian government as a volunteer, and also you can register all the efforts that you might be doing in that moment. So Peru is well organized at that level, but they don't know how to actually implement a national service program. We will do the best. Now we have nominated the national director to be part of the International Visitor Leadership Program in the USA. So hopefully through this experience, the director will be able also to get more information on all the inputs she needs to implement the national system of volunteering. Then, just as to end my participation, I would like to share with you a very beautiful quote I learned in the Peace Corps, actually. This is a quote from Eduardo Galeano. He is from Uruguay, and he wrote this quote that I like very much. It's, "History never says goodbye. History says, see you later." If there is something I have learned in the Peace Corps, is that you never say goodbye. You will say, see you later. Wherever you go, wherever you are, you will meet always someone who was related to the Peace Corps. Could be a former volunteer, could be a former staff, or could be a community partner who was working very close with volunteers. So there are big things to do in our countries. You are invited also to be part of the history. Thank you so much.
So as Carol said, we are taking applications to 32 countries right now for any of you who'd like to travel with Peace Corps and work for 2 years of service. And as Jorge was saying, what's so unique right now is how we're working together, not only with communities, which we've done for 60 years, but now working together with governments in different ways to look at how do we really strengthen those models that exist, whether they're school-based or national service or other community-based like what we're doing with Glasswing and others. I also, for those of you who are like, hey, you know, I'm not from the US, but I really do want to explore global service, I want to introduce Karen Michel, who is one of our wonderful members of Atlas Corps. And she'll tell you a little bit more about Atlas Corps and how it brings young change makers from around the world together in the US to do a year of service here and then bringing that back to strengthen their programs back in their country. Okay?
Thank you, Mike. I'm short, sorry. So, hola a todos, todas y todes. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. I was just remembering when I was going up to the stage that one time in college, I had this horrible fall on the stage when I was dancing. Hopefully I haven't fallen yet. So that's good so far. So yeah, my name is Michelle Zapata. I am probably Mexican, but right now I'm living in the city, which is exciting. That's because I'm doing a global service fellowship to Atlas Corp. So what is Atlas Corp? Atlas Corp is a nonprofit that looks the search around the globe for social young leaders, as you all are, to strengthen organization in the US and solve social issues. So actually it was born as an inspiration from Peace Corps because we believe that talent exists everywhere, but opportunity does not many times. So we acknowledge that there are many barriers still, systemic barriers around the globe that prevent young leaders as you all to do this type of global models, right? So Atlas Corp is changing that, bringing talent, leadership, and valuable knowledge from developing countries to developed ones, as the US. That's something that didn't happen before. It was hard for fellows to, sustain a life in the US, to do this type of volunteering. So I know, and we know that it's not easy to achieve that. So how we do that? So basically, we search for these young leaders, 22 to 35 years old, around the globe. You can be from any country except from the US, because the US already has Peace Corps. You have to have at least a university degree, some years of experience. It's not necessary, but it's helpful. And we place you into organizations, host organization in the US. It can be all around the US. I'm in New York, as I told you. And you serve for a full year, at least for a full year, in this organization to solve social issues. You also receive professional development to learn how to develop yourself, develop others, and even how to lead social movements. So as I was saying, one of the barriers to be able to participate in these volunteering experiences abroad many times are financial resources, right? I know it. But in Atlas Corp, we have a solution for that. So we have a multi-sectoral partnership model where we work with host organizations, we work with government and foundation, the private sector, and we also work with individuals. So the host organizations cover 60% of the cost to bring fellows to the US, and then the rest is divided among government, foundations, and individuals. But how can you be part of this opportunity, right? I'm gonna give you a little background about myself, and then I'm gonna give you 3 key advice on how to pursue a career in global service. So my first volunteering experience was in college when I decided to join the Amnesty International University chapter, which was, just a grupo estudiantil or extracurricular activity. I decided to volunteer there. That led me to Techo. I don't know if he already mentioned Techo. Is there any Techeros around here? Yeah, I see a few hands. That's amazing. I always get excited. So yeah, I then went to volunteer with Techo. Then after that, I was exploring some other NGOs, a lot of topics. I wasn't sure what I was passionate about, to be honest. I'm sure now, but I'm still discovering new passions. And so after that, many volunteering experiences, I got an internship and then a full-time position with Children International. And that's where I discovered that my passion was children and youth development. So all of that, just to tell you 3 key advice. I know everyone's journey is different, but I think this can help you all. It helped me. So first will be, your career should be a thread of options. So if someday you have a chance, an opportunity that you don't feel, you're not sure, you feel like that's outside of your pathway, just take it. It won't hurt to take new chances. If that wasn't the pathway, just go back. But don't miss on opportunities. Second will be volunteer locally and nationally first. You hear about experiences of that. And why will I recommend this? Because you have to learn first what is your passion, what you're angry about, what makes you sad, what are the problems in your community, in your school, in your city. Does that happen anywhere else? If so, how can that happen? And then you can go and serve globally, right? And then the third one will be your university or college should be one of your first networks to look for help. So as I told you, my first experience was in college. Never volunteered as a teenager. I was just like playing, minding my own business. But until I got into college, I discovered those opportunities. So please go with your college, university, and explore those opportunities. And so to almost wrap it up, what this fellowship looks like for me, for example, during this year in New York. Last weekend, I was just volunteering with public schools in New York City. One day, I was teaching teenage girls about music and dance in Mexico and how that's part of social change, right? I was showing them songs such as Latinoamérica by Calle 13 and how that has like a huge social impact. The next day, I was being led by a teenage girl of 17 years old on how to paint classrooms in a school in the Bronx. So I was being immersed in the local community, right? So global service do that. It breaks down barriers among people, among countries, and among cultures. So to finish this, how can you participate? You just have to go to our website. You have to look for atlascorp.org, atlascorps.org, and you can all apply for that. Basic information, it's so easy, and it's a huge opportunity. You can learn about our programs, and to finish this, I want to say a quote that my friend Edwin always says, and that Mike somehow addressed that before, is that youth is not just the future, right? Youth is the present. Las juventudes somos el presente. So you have to take that chance and you have to make your privilege into action. So thank you so much.
So, just like democracy, this session is not a spectator sport. A lot of you have been sitting there a lot of the morning absorbing. But this is the section where we need you to think about two questions we have for you. Then you're going to turn to the person next to you, and we want you to process that for a minute. But I want you to take about 30 seconds because in this room are all sorts of incredible stories of journeys of service, of innovation, of entrepreneurship. And I want you to think about a whoa and a wow. So for English, this is whoa is like, man, what I just heard there that concerns me about, like, how would we do this in my organization or in my country? That's my whoa. It's like, whoa, how would we do it? And the wow is one thing that I just heard that really struck me, that excited me, was this. So you got 30 seconds. I'm going to let you just think. Then you're going to turn to the person next to you and share that because we got to hear your voices, at minimum talking to each other. And then we're going to have a couple minutes if any of you want to share any questions or recommendations, because we got amazing people here. We've got David is here somewhere from One Young World, and I met Valentin earlier today from Mexico, who's working on that intersection of climate and indigenous rights and service. And we've got mis colegas de Guatemala here. We've got so many amazing people. We want to hear your points as well. We don't have a lot of time, but you got about 15 seconds. What was my whoa or my wow? And then if you're not sitting next to someone, you guys are going to slide together and share for about a minute, either your whoa or your wow. So take 15 seconds and then start talking with the person next to you. Sitting by yourself is not an option. Go for it. She wants to talk to you. She wants to talk to you. Okay. Unfortunately, I have to interrupt you. I will tell you that is my favorite sound at a conference, is to hear like 200 people talking at the same time. That is my favorite sound because it means we're like connecting and learning. So is there one or two people who are brave enough to share a whoa or a wow of what we do to make service the common experience of every young person in the Americas? Anybody? Oh, do not be shy. This is not a room of shy people, I know that. The question is, are you willing to share one of your woes or your wows? Yes, come on up. Test.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ana Paula Perez from ProMujer. We're a social enterprise focused on empowering women in Latin America. And something that everyone said, and I think it was a whoa, and we confirm it, is partnerships, right? We have to make a change through collaboration. We cannot work by ourselves, so working together, being very strategic, and also with philanthropic capital, we can make a great change in the region. So thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you. One more. By the way, I mentioned that in the 2018 summit, the young leaders like you said we needed a platform to network us. So we worked with about 50 of the young leaders to build youthlead.org. And today there's 15,000 young social entrepreneurs and change makers who network every day with about 4,000 resources, funding, training, exchanges. So if you're interested, that's one of the things that comes from sessions like this. Yes?
Pero en español, solo Spanish. Ok, en Guatemala estamos trabajando un modelo que se llama Juventudes Rurales Guardianes del Bosque. En Petén, que es el segundo pulmón de Centroamérica, está la biosfera maya. Y entonces allá se ha organizado la sociedad civil que está dentro de la selva para conservarla y volverse guardianes de la selva. Entonces, se le ha extendido permisos especiales para que ellos realicen un aprovechamiento moderable de la madera y también de los recursos naturales. Ellos no pueden hacer cosas que están fuera de la ley, solamente, por ejemplo, la caza para subsistencia, pero la fauna y la flora se ha conservado. Entonces es un modelo a nivel mundial el país de Guatemala, porque ahora ellos mismos cuidan el bosque y el medio ambiente, así se ha conservado. Otro logro importante es que a través de las mesas de diálogo que hemos realizado como Juventudes Rurales es el poder reducir la quema. La quema es algo que los agricultores realizan para la siembra. Entonces prenden fuego y el fuego se expande y se quema la fauna y la flora. Entonces nosotros en la investigación hemos buscado nuevos mecanismos para que ellos ya no puedan quemar, sino que ahora puedan usar fertilizantes, puedan usar la fumigación y otros aspectos para que ahora ya no quemen. Y se bajó este año un 45%. Esto significa que tal vez solo un 6% de la cantidad que quemaba anteriormente ahora quema, y esto lo hace a través de la supervisión de los líderes comunitarios con rondas. Rondas son la limpieza que se le hace a un tramo para que el fuego no pase de los territorios privados al bosque. Y lo que nosotros quisiéramos compartir acá es de que los organismos internacionales han apoyado y les motivamos a que lo puedan seguir haciendo, y que si pudieran estar en contacto con nosotros para seguir fortaleciendo los talleres de capacitación y empoderamiento a las juventudes rurales, porque tenemos el equipo más grande de monitoreo de la selva en la biosfera maya allá en Guatemala. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Ok, vamos a dar la última palabra porque tenemos otra sesión. Si quiere pasar a este micrófono. Brevemente porque tenemos otro grupo detrás de nosotros. Straight ahead. Go ahead. If you could make sure it's brief.
Oh, okay. En Spanish.
Sí, por supuesto.
¿Cómo están? Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Dani Montero. My name is Dani Montero. Yo soy del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, ¿no? Pues la pregunta... Ok. El wow. O sea, ¿qué es lo que me ha sorprendido al escuchar a los exponentes? Pues yo voy a tomar la palabra de la última expositora, que realmente sí me llegó el mensaje que nos indica, ¿no? La juventud no es el futuro. En Bolivia se maneja mucho, el gobierno lo está manejando mucho, indica, no, la juventud es el futuro. Pero tenemos que darnos cuenta que la juventud ya es el presente, ya es actor principal para tomar acciones fuera de lo que el gobierno, o en el caso, ¿no?, de Bolivia, nos dé algún tipo de espacio, cosa que es limitado para los jóvenes en Bolivia, sinceramente. Los jóvenes no tenemos tanta participación cuando ya el gobierno quiera afrontar, ¿no?, algunos problemas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en temas ambientales, la quema de la chiquitanía boliviana ha sido un tema muy difícil de controlarlos en sus tiempos, ¿no? Porque era de la Amazonía, de Sudamérica, ¿no? Entonces los jóvenes no podíamos tener mucho acceso a poder colaborar, a apagar, ¿no?, este desastre ambiental que preocupaba mucho y que mayor parte de la biodiversidad boliviana por allá. Era totalmente una lágrima, o bueno, decir, ver una bastante tristeza que el corazón de Bolivia, ¿no?, la chiquitanía que daba la vida de nuestro país esté quemándose y los jóvenes no podamos tener ese apoyo para que nosotros también apoyemos a quienes estamos gobernando. Nosotros estamos viniendo independientemente de lo que el presidente de nuestro país ha ido manifestando, ¿no? El señor presidente Luis Arce Catacora no está viniendo aquí, él no va a venir. Nosotros como jóvenes necesitamos ser escuchados, necesitamos ser los principales actores en nuestro país. Entonces nosotros, a garra y espada, junto con otros dos compañeros que estamos aquí de Bolivia, pues estamos viniendo a hacernos escuchar frente a muchas problemáticas que tenemos acá. ¿No? Entonces, para finalizar, perdón, yo pido a todos los jóvenes de aquí presentes de las Américas que puedan escucharnos y que también nosotros las podamos escuchar y buscar propuestas innovadoras en materia ambiental y en materia climática.
Excelente.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Ok, 30 segundos, la última palabra. 30 seconds if you don't mind.
Hi, my name is Diana. Can you hear me?
A little louder.
Okay. Allí mejor? Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Diana. I'm from Cali, Colombia, and I am representing Almas Artesanas. This is an entrepreneurship which we work with different artisans from challenging backgrounds in order to help them to connect their work with clients around the world. In Colombia, almost 80% of artisans earn less than a minimum wage for their work. So we are creating this same work for them and hoping them to connect their work to provide a better life and better conditions for their work.
Thank you so much. I want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you're doing. And we have a gift and an ask. Here's our gift. We're going to send out through the organizers a list of some of the best links to resources on how to strengthen and grow community and national service models around the Americas, and we hope that you'll join the ask. And the ask is we want to create a community of practice to make service the common experience of every young person across the Americas. So please feel free to come up to us today or tomorrow if you're interested in getting more engaged, and look to that document that has it. I want to thank each of our panelists today for the journey of service that they shared and the impact that they've been able to share. Hopefully you've drawn a couple of examples that you could use with your organization, or if you're interested, join AmeriCorps, join Atlas Corps, join Peace Corps, or just create your own and build it. Thank you.
Por favor, tomen sus asientos. Please take your seats. We're going to start in a few minutes. Unas consideraciones generales nuevamente. Si gustan acceder a la interpretación simultánea, en la página del foro están los dos canales de interpretación en vivo. Con su teléfono, sus audífonos, queremos acá evitar la mayor transmisión de COVID, por lo que no les estamos dando handsets a cada uno. Las redes sociales, Jóvenes en la Cumbre es el hashtag, Youth in the Summit, y lo mismo para Internet. Quien requiera Internet, ese es el password. Está en esa columna, Youth in the Summit, con Y en mayúscula y la S en mayúscula también. Thank you very much. Please welcome moderator Jason Marks, speakers Javier Becerra, Carice Etienne, Sara Biel y José Luis Nuño to the stage.
Although I do have a habit of raising my voice, so but it's better with a microphone. Our panelists have really been at the forefront of confronting the COVID pandemic, and each one has done so from different angles. I'm really thrilled, Secretary Becerra, to be joined here by you, and Los Angeles native, and to be here in your incredible hometown that's given such a warm welcome to all of us. Of course, everybody knows here the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra. It's a real pleasure to have you here on this panel today. Also sitting next to me is the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Carice Etienne. Next to her is President and CEO of the Inter-American Foundation, Sarah Aviel, and also Jose Luis Junio, who's the CEO of UNIMA, which is an incredible company that designs patient-centered diagnostic technologies in low-resource settings. So this is quite an incredible group today. I have two goals for this conversation, and hopefully speakers have the same goals, which is, the first is to understand how each leader harnessed your unique resources to protect and strengthen equitable access to health services and support global health conditions of the many diverse populations across the hemisphere. And then also second, incredibly important, is for this conversation to look ahead and discuss how greater synergy between government, private sector, and civil society can support each sector's work and also strengthen health resilience across the Americas. Very important that the questions that I'm going to pose to our speakers today are shaped by an extensive consultative process that was led by the Young America's Business Trust and also the Atlantic Council. We have questions from youth leaders who participated in YABT's Youth in the Summit campaign or policy labs, as well as ideas that emerged during the Road to the Summit campaign that the Atlantic Council co-led with the Department of State. We're going to start off with some opening comments from each of the panelists, but first, I have a question for the audience. I actually have two questions for the audience. The first question is, just by a show of hands, have you seen bold changes by your government institutions due to COVID? Who has seen bold changes in their countries due to COVID? So a few hands have seen some bold changes. Let's see if we get some more hands on this one. This is an audience full of young entrepreneurs and thought leaders. Who here has come up with your own solutions in response to the pandemic to better support your local communities as a result of what we've seen over the last couple of years? So for our panelists, there's much more entrepreneurship that we've seen in this audience than people have seen their governments coming up with those bold solutions. But let me start off by starting things off and turn to you, Secretary Becerra, for some opening comments, and we'll I'll then turn to you, Dr. Etienne, Sarah, and Jose, before launching into my conversation.
Jason, thanks for having me, and great to be with an esteemed panel, and really great to be with many of you. If I could just ask the audience a question, how many of you are from south of Panama? Yeah. How many of you are from Central America or the Caribbean? Okay. And how many of you are from what we would consider North Mexico above? Great to have you here. And anyone from California? All right. Even better, right? Well, enjoy the City of Angels. You should. I will say this, Jason. The best ideas are yet to come. And they're yet to come because you all have a chance to actually give them to us. And I hope that you soon decide to get heavily involved, because one of the things that we found is that the way we best handle things like this pandemic is by thinking outside the box. We are now using telehealth in ways that we never thought imaginable. But my suspicion is if we had asked a teenager, a young 20-year-old in America, how best could we reach communities that are often left behind, either because they're poor or in rural communities? How could we get to them faster and provide for their health more effectively? And they probably would have said, well, just start using these devices to communicate a little further, because even if the adults don't have them, I bet you their kids do, and their kids can help those adults get connected. And today we're using telehealth in ways we never thought imaginable. In fact, we're using telehealth in ways that we can't continue to do unless we're in an emergency situation. Because by being in this health emergency, I have powers to allow us to do things that we otherwise by law can't do, which include using telehealth. And so my suspicion is the sooner we get you from that seat to this seat, we'll come out with those out-of-the-box ideas that really solve problems in a fast and vigorous way for a lot of families. So we're very much looking forward to you coming and becoming the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, and then we'll all be sitting in the audience then, watching all the youth delegates here up on stage. So look forward to that moment. Dr. Etienne.
Thank you and good afternoon. And let me greet my fellow panelists. But let me say thank you to the young people here. Let me say thank you for your energy and thank you for your inquiring minds that almost knows no bounds. So as I also congratulate the organizers of this forum. So this year, the Pan American Health Organization celebrates 120 years of our existence, active work with all of the countries of the Americas. And we were born in response to the yellow fever and malaria that was plaguing the workers who were working on the Panama Canal. And today, we stand here with you, fully recognizing that we need your voice, we need your energy, your inquiring and innovative minds to constantly reinvigorate, renew, and to construct a healthy, prosperous future for all of us. And I know that over the years that you have struggled for inclusion in decision-making, for representation and expression, and often in the face of intransigence, established norms, and a status quo that is reluctant to listen to the voice of change. And I know that you continue to live that reality. But as we continue to transition through COVID-19 pandemic, we need more than ever this sense of questioning, of querying, a drive for change, and yes, youth leadership. And this pandemic has been an event of enormous consequences to young people. There is a misconception that young people were not very severely affected by COVID-19, but indeed you have. 15 million cases were reported between age groups 15 to 24, at least 40,000 hospitalizations, and more than 6,000 deaths. And these are only the measurable impacts. We have yet to understand what is the long-term impact of years of remote learning, of lack of social contact, of confinement within the home, often in situations where there have been domestic violence and interfamilial conflict, and what are the effects and impacts of youth stress and burnout. We do know already that there has been increased report of mental health issues among our youth. But I think we need to move to a point where we must acknowledge the call for greater convergence in health, the economy, and social policies that will provide a platform for better life, that will protect those in conditions of vulnerability, that will ensure equity, and not just to health, but also to the social and environmental determinants of health. We must, going forward, also urgently address the scourge of interpersonal violence that is so present in many of our societies and involving youth as well. And we need urgently to invest heavily in the health and well-being of our youth, from early childhood through the adolescence, with universal access to promotion, preventive, and curative health services, including services addressing the mental health of young people. I believe that to achieve and build resilient, sustainable, and more equitable societies in the Americas, we need action, and we need action now, and we need action by young people. And I really do believe that our young people must be at the heart and the center of such an action. So because of this, as director of the Pan American Health Organization, I have taken steps and I've called on our member states to implement evidence-based policies and programs and interventions that protect our young people and contribute to their health, psychosocial development. I have asked governments to support parents and parenting as the guardians of our youth and of our future, and to promote and support adolescent mental, sexual, and reproductive health with increased access for young people. Because if we look at it, young people do not necessarily have the access that they require to these services. We've also established a Young People for Health group. We have chapters in various countries, and this is to help PAHO to deal with health policy, but also into implementation of the health policies. And At PAHO, we really want all young people to thrive. We want your query, your quest for change, your energy and leadership. We want this to impact health and well-being, the decision-making at country level, and the implementation of programs that can drive us into a more sustainable future. So I wish to invite you to partner with the Pan American Health Organization in this journey as we look forward to the next 120 years, by which time you will not be here, but by which time you will have made a sufficient impact in terms of innovation, in terms of moving economies and societies forward, that the world will remember you as the generation that brought lasting change. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Etienne. Dr. Etienne and I were talking backstage about her being in this leadership role at PAHO at this very precise moment, and how key of a role PAHO has played and will continue to play. And actually, Dr. Etienne, maybe with some of the innovations coming out of this audience today, we will live for another 120 years. So who knows? Sarah?
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here along such distinguished guests, and it's an honor to be here in front of such a dynamic audience. And it's an honor to be here as the new president and CEO of the Inter-American Foundation. This is my first public event. I'm only a few weeks into this role, so I still have a lot to learn.
Congratulations. Great event to be your first public event.
But I'm just so honored to be leading a U.S. agency that has been focused on out-of-the-box ideas from the very beginning. We respond to the ideas of youth, of civil society organizations coming from local communities, and we fund their out-of-the-box ideas to respond to the problems that they face in their communities. And our fundamental belief is that you know how, they know how, that you know best how to answer the challenges facing your communities. And by investing in local institutions, that's where we see the biggest results. And we have the evidence to back it up. Each grantee partner does a different type of work, achieving different remarkable results, but the impact is extraordinary. So we've invested in a farmers cooperative in El Salvador that's succeeded in increasing incomes by 25% and improving nutrition. And as we know, all of the different pieces of health work together. So while we do some health, we also do a lot of kind of community health and resilience more broadly. We do a grantee in Guatemala that was focused on youth education and improving incomes, succeeded in reducing migration from over 15% down to 1% because they have opportunities in their communities at home. A grantee that we work with in Belize, which like so many of the places where we live has been marked by such violence, partnering with communities and the police to create community hubs was succeeded in having a dramatic reduction in violence. And so the results are extraordinary, as is the ability of local organizations who are on the front lines to respond to crises and pivot quickly. And as we know, our region is very vulnerable to so many different types of disasters, and of course, COVID as well. And because our local organizations are on the ground, they can be flexible, they can be nimble, and we saw that with COVID. We had a grantee who worked with survivors of domestic violence, providing opportunities to make garments, and they pivoted to making masks in the context of the pandemic. We've seen a grantee that was working with community radio stations, retrofitted them to provide Wi-Fi, providing much needed access to technology in the midst of the pandemic. And for every type of disaster, even though we're not a disaster relief agency, we've seen that the local organizations that are on the front lines are the ones who respond quickly, whether it's after the Haiti earthquake or the Mexican earthquake or hurricanes. It's those who are on the ground who can move most quickly. And so I'll stop there, but just to reinforce the fact that it's through building the capacity of local organizations and partnering directly many of which are led by young people, that we can really help fund these out-of-the-box ideas and have that effective impact on the ground. So thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. And for those, In American Foundation is just really an incredible agency, and really it goes at the heart of trying to find these new ideas and supporting them from the get-go. Jose.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. Of course, I'm honored to be with such an amazing group of people here. You asked about bold changes. If we have seen bold changes, for example, in governments. The reality that I've seen even more bold changes on young innovators. So during this pandemic, I've seen young innovators working, for example, certain kind of technology that was focusing on a certain kind of problem, and then they pivoted very quickly to try to address something very important challenges during the pandemic. It could be not just about diagnostics or access to healthcare, but actually, for example, on how to use e-commerce to provide very basic access to let's say masks and whatever, for example, or even some very young innovators trying to provide certain new ways of thinking on diagnostics, certain new ways of thinking on how to provide access to a doctor on areas where you don't have access to a traditional hospital, centralized lab, etc. So I do really believe that the future on resilience and the future on the disaster relief, etc., comes from this very young group of entrepreneurs that I can see today. We know, for example, of entrepreneurs half my age that are actually providing certain solutions using very deep technology that I find quite amazing that people are thinking that way right now. So it's very important that youngest generation of entrepreneurs are thinking out of the box, using very advanced technologies, because we have the technologies already. So there are artificial intelligence, we have biotechnology, we have every single kind of technology that we can use, but the most important thing is the innovators. How they are using these technologies to actually come with something that can solve the biggest challenge that we have. And right now, we are in this phase that we already went through the critical part of the emergency part of the COVID pandemic, but actually we have other pandemics. We have TB, tuberculosis around the world, we have malaria, we have dengue. So we need to keep thinking on different ways of trying to solve these challenges, and I know that young innovators are the key for the future.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this probably will not be the last pandemic that all of us face. Secretary Becerra, let me move to you on a question about pandemics and natural disasters. And Latin America and the Caribbean is the second most disaster-prone region in the world, and also the region that suffered about a third of global COVID deaths over the course of the pandemic, if I have my numbers right, Dr. Etienne. These topics are often addressed separately, but each crisis, in fact, kind of exacerbates the effects of the other. So, Secretary Becerra, what support do you see that can be provided to countries to more effectively respond to health emergencies and natural disasters, and also the interplay between health emergencies and natural disasters that will continue to impact the region?
So Jason, here in the US, we consider an environmental or climate crisis to be a healthcare crisis. And we have established in the Department of Health and Human Services both a climate change office to deal with the impact on health of Americans, as well as a environmental justice office to deal with the fact that those who are first and worst hit by climate disasters are those living today in the poorest communities, those communities that see the most invasion by infrastructure. So here in Los Angeles, you don't need to travel very far, just travel a little bit east into East Los Angeles, and you'll see the freeway interchanges that intersect what were whole communities and that have now been separated because of these massive freeways that crisscross throughout those communities. Those kids that are playing in those soccer fields and baseball fields every day are breathing in all the contamination coming from the stack of cars you see on the freeways every day in Los Angeles. And so at the Department of Health and Human Services, we now look at climate change as a healthcare crisis. And we understand that it's not going to happen in 2050. For some communities, it's already happening. You just drive up a few hours from Los Ángeles and you will find communities in the Central Valley of the richest state in the richest nation in the world that can't open their taps, their faucets, and get clean drinking water. And so it is happening today. It is happening to too many. And so we're trying to tackle this now. Certainly we're not going to deal with it simply as a health crisis, but if we recognize that climate change is a healthcare crisis, we go a lot further in making sure that we take care of the wellness of Americans throughout this country. And if we do the same in the Americas, we can lift up the better being, the well-being of communities throughout the Americas.
Thank you, Secretary. Very excellent points. And as you're talking, I bet the audience is thinking about what kind of solutions they can implement to deal with some of these twin challenges that you mentioned. Dr. Etienne, from a regional perspective, we actually hosted you at the Atlantic Council, albeit virtually, in January. You talked about that we need a one region approach to the Americas to improve pandemic response and accelerate recuperation and recovery. Talked a little bit what do you mean insofar as what could be a one region approach? And also, how can regional mechanisms moving forward, taking the lessons from COVID, be more effective in responding to health emergencies, or as the Secretary is mentioning, the interplay between health emergencies and climate change?
So let's talk about the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, the wider American region. One of the characteristics of this region is solidarity. And I think it's important to make that point. We have had solidarity approaches maybe for a century or so. And it is this solidarity that has enabled us as a region to eliminate different diseases, to increase the access of people with HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria to treatment, that has allowed us to address some of the shortages that we've had as a region, that we've been able to pool those demands, that we've been able to do stockpiles as a region and help countries access. But I think it's important to note that we do have great diversity in this region, in terms of rich and poor countries, in terms of countries that have capacity and countries without capacity. And we have a region where we have indigenous people, where we have Afro-descendant people who live in conditions of vulnerability. And I think it's important also to note that with the COVID pandemic, we saw the effects and the impact of nationalism, extreme nationalism, that impacted the ability of countries in our region to access the supplies, simple PPEs, to access vaccines and medicines that they require. So the whole question of not any of us is safe until all of us is safe. And so I think that one regional approach helps because we can have a regional approach to preparedness, to detection of infectious diseases, and to response. We have networks of surveillance that are created for respiratory illness that spans the entire region. We have networks of genomic surveillance, for instance, that we have developed, and thanks to substantial support from the US government and the Canadian government, we've been able to expand genomic testing across the region, so we have a good surveillance network. We've been able to build hubs of excellence in the region. We've been able to build reference regulatory authorities that, as from a regional perspective, is able to serve the rest of our communities. I think it's important, let's look at the common training opportunities for healthcare workers. And again, let me just refer to President Biden's announcement of ensuring some 500,000 healthcare workers. We have a deficit of at least 600,000 healthcare workers now. You tell me, is there any one government that can ensure that they produce sufficient health workers to even meet their needs? However, there are some countries that cannot produce at all. And it is coming together as a region and addressing this need for access to training opportunities that we can ensure that the vast majority of our countries would have access to trained healthcare workers. We need also, very importantly, to build the regional capacity in manufacturing and production of vaccines, of medicines, of preventive protection equipment. So when we think of what can happen, we can have each country developing what it thinks is its own expression, working with the private sector of vaccines or some other manufacturing enterprise. But we as a region need to ensure that every country in this region, that every individual in this region has access to the medicines that they require, have access to vaccines, and particularly in an emergency situation. The only way we can do that is through a regional approach that will reduce the dependency that we saw on, in extra-regional. And we need to be able to share information. We need to have the databases interoperable that countries can access across the region to gain different types of information, training, but also information to disease surveillance and responses, etc. We are working on a regional vaccine record. Every country wanted to have their own COVID record, vaccine record. We are working on a regional vaccine report. And I think when you think about it, to face an emergency, we need regional stockpiles. Not every country can have their stockpiles. There are some countries in our region that will never be able to have stockpiles. So on a regional basis, we can have stockpiles. On a regional basis, we can have emergency medical teams, and we can have lists of experts that from a regional perspective, we can move from one country to the next with having made the arrangements. And so I think we need to go beyond the national approach, recognizing fully the sovereignty of each country, but to pool what our resources, our capabilities are to ensure that everyone in our region has the access and can live a healthy life.
Thank you, Dr. Adi. Those are excellent, excellent points. What was faced over the course of the pandemic, lack of healthcare workers in different countries, inequitable access to vaccines, and how do we take that moving into the future? Now, Sarah, the Inter-American Foundation launched with the Young Americans Business Trust, a Nova Action Challenge. And maybe you could explain a little bit more about that, but it supports young entrepreneurs who have bold ideas to local health dilemmas. I'm sure many of those folks here today have participated in that. I want to share your perspective with the delegates here on how partnerships between sectors can spur innovative ideas that really help to prepare citizens for future crises. And also in particular, and these questions today were also solicited from a number of youth delegates, and Donalise Ansa, who's a young Venezuelan leader, specifically is interested in what the role of the next generation can be in these efforts to spur innovation.
Thank you so much for that question. And thank you also to the Young Americas Business Trust. We were delighted at the Inter-American Foundation to partner with this Innovaction Challenge. And we worked to solicit ideas from individuals across the region. We specifically made an effort to reach out to underserved, remote communities to get the best ideas for how to respond. And I think some of the winners are here. If you are, raise your hand. There's incredible stories of one of the winners is a chocolate, artisan chocolate made by indigenous Mexicans in one of the poorest communities. There's a group working on civic participation in El Salvador, a group in Colombia working to connect underserved single mothers with opportunities to be able to work from home during the pandemic. So really excellent ideas, very responsive, and we were thrilled to be able to partner with the Young Americas Business Trust to make that happen. You also mentioned sort of the role of the next generation and young people, which is just key to so many of the different partners and grantees we work with. I want to recognize Tracy over here, who's one of our grantees from COPIG from Guatemala. She This is an organization that was founded by people as young as 12 in response to family violence that they faced, that now goes on to provide support to survivors of gender-based violence, legal support, psychosocial support, all of the different aspects. And so young, investing in young leaders and young ideas, it's never too early. The other part of your question that I wanted to focus on was partnership across sectors, because that's important at every level. Sometimes at the global or national level, it can be really hard. There's big bureaucracies that you have to sort of work across. At the community level, it's just natural, because we're all, one business owner is next door to the civil society organization and what have you. And I want to recognize another one of our grantees, Ivan from Honduras, who's working with he and a number of other Honduran organizations that we work with. Some of them started as farmers cooperatives and then went on to focus on youth and work in a lot of multi-sectoral, multi-dimensional approaches to addressing these issues. I think they enlisted 36 different public, private, and academic institutions to provide employment opportunities for youth and youth entrepreneurship. And because they're because they already have these array of partnerships that kind of cut across sectors and are multidimensional, it also means that when there's challenges, they can pivot quickly to address them. So one organization, ADEPIS, started off focusing on youth civic engagement, youth entrepreneurship, and then when COVID hit, pivoted quickly to assess what the community needs were in 100 communities, and found that 80% were worried about food security and that they wouldn't have food at all within 2 weeks. And so they partnered quickly with that network of partners that they had already been working with the local emergency committees and municipal governments to provide those food security needs. Again, because they are trusted in the communities and had already been engaged in interesting work, they partnered with radio stations to get out COVID prevention messages, reaching 12,000 people. And again, this kind of multi-sectoral approach, they had been working with young entrepreneurs. They partnered with financial institutions to provide credit and to be able to get those businesses through the worst of the pandemic. And so what I think is special about this example is it's the type of initiative that, those of us based in DC or in capitals could never have sort of designed ourselves. It's by its nature, rooted in communities, partnering with the different actors and making a difference both in terms of the original activities that they were working on, but because you're focused on institution building and local capacity, they're able to build that resilience and respond more broadly.
That's amazing, Sarah. I think about what I was doing when I was 12 years old, and I certainly wasn't coming up with some of these incredible examples that you mentioned here. So Secretary Becerra mentioned about talked about the interaction between health and climate and steps that are taken in the particular challenge of Los Angeles. Dr. Etienne, a future vision of how the region can work together. Sarah, on the ways in which the incredible grantees of IEF are working across the hemisphere. Now I want to turn to you, Jose, because you represent your company, Umina, represents the entrepreneurial spirit that we're here talking about. So I'd like for you to share with the audience and those watching via video what you see insofar as lessons for youth, also civil society-led initiatives that can be replicated in communities across the Americas. Your company as well as works even beyond the Americas as well. So what can be replicated, and also what kind of opportunities are there for adaptation for future health crises and what you've been able to accomplish?
Okay. Yes, of course I'm bullish about new innovators who can really make a change in the world. Just before the pandemic, healthcare is a very complex, let's say a very complex system. We all know that. And normally healthcare works on a certain pace, which goes between regulations, between technology, and between adoption. What happened during pandemic is actually quite interesting. We saw the first time, for example, that a vaccine came out just in a few months. That didn't happen. We had a technology called mRNA, which was lagging historically in terms of use. And then when company decided it was the great time to try to use it for vaccines, and we see what happened. So the technology is not a problem. the situation is about the willing of innovators to actually push the boundaries of what we can do. So during the pandemic, many things happened. We saw a vaccine in a few months. We saw diagnostic develop in a few weeks. We saw the possibility of scaling up access to vaccines and diagnostics at a very high pace. We saw the willingness of governments and international organizations to actually pull resources to fund this. So we have everything that we need to actually do this. We just demonstrated that. The thing is, we need those willing to push those boundaries. And I'm really, really bullish about new innovators that can actually do this. They think in a very different way that, for example, my generation thought. So, and if someone can make this change, is these innovators working with very high-end, very new technologies that can be thought in a different way of doing. For example, right now we have groups working with teleconference, for example, to get in contact someone who needs a doctor, but somehow you cannot access because of cost, because of availability, or because you live outside of the major urban area, for example. We have other startups working with electronic records to make available the same information for different doctors in order to actually make a better follow-up on the healthcare of a patient. We have groups that are doing diagnostic like us. There are other groups working on, for example, providing access to electronic pharmacies or whatever to actually provide this service in a better way. The problem is right now we are still seeing healthcare in silos. So we have this innovator doing this, and the other innovator doing this other thing, and someone else doing a different kind of thing. But to integrate everything, we need much more than just the willingness of doing this. We have, for example, governments willing to actually push this and work with these innovators to do something. So,
as an entrepreneur, what have you seen as successful examples to break those silos?
There have been some examples, for example, of certain governments doing these projects like piloting certain applications, doing like these kind of sandboxes when you can try to do something in small without actually damaging anything around it. So because it's something new, so you have to take risk. It had worked, for example, in fintech for new technologies and new ways of thinking, finance, etc. In healthcare, it has worked, for example, with telemedicine a little bit. I think it's one of the areas that's working much better for international organizations providing healthcare in developing countries, for example. However, I see that healthcare is still lagging on this. I really hope that what happened with the COVID pandemic actually is pushing the governments to think outside of the box and actually bring on those innovators to do something else.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jose. Secretary Becerra, let me turn back to you. We had some, as I mentioned, with questions that were proposed by different delegates of the Young Americas Trust. And one is a question from Wandy Guaquera, who's a young leader from Venezuela. And she mentions, and Dr. Etienne, you were talking as well about mental health and being sometimes a forgotten health challenge. And she acknowledges that in addition to COVID, her community, young people in her community in particular, face major obstacles in accessing mental health, as well as sexual reproductive health care services. What do you see, what are some of the opportunities or ways in which those issues can be better addressed moving forward?
So we in this country are facing a major crisis on mental health as well. We have seen the number of young people who are having suicidal ideation grow dramatically. We are beginning to see a ramp up in the younger age of Americans who are beginning to have major drug addiction. We surpassed for the first time in our country more than 100,000 overdoses in 1 year. And what we're seeing is that COVID just exacerbated everything that we knew was happening. We've not kept pace in terms of mental health, substance use disorder programs, and we're now trying to make sure that we catch up. And we're doing a number of things. Interestingly, this week, 2 days ago, I met with a number of high school students in a high school nearby in the city of Montebello, not far from here. And we talked about mental health and what they thought would be important. We ended up talking a lot about social media. And ultimately what we found is that most of these young people essentially said that social media probably was a deficit in helping them deal with mental health, not an asset. And it was interesting to find several of them say that they thought the best way we could really help address these issues for young people is by letting them have more actual face time with people, their parents, their families, their friends, instead of trying to do so much through social media, which I thought was very perceptive, because at the end of the day, if you're going through depression, if you're going through anxiety, if you're having a hard time coping, chances are you're not finding enough people that you can speak to and feel confident and comfortable relaying your anxieties and concerns with. And so I was thrilled. By the way, another thing I was thrilled to find, I should ask you all this. How many of you turn to Facebook for your social media more than, say, TikTok and some of these other sources? I was amazed that these young folks were saying that Facebook was for like the older generation.
So I should stop using Facebook.
Yeah. I remember MySpace, which went out of business because of Facebook. And it's fascinating to see what young folks are saying. So my sense is that we're going to find that doing some old-fashioned things are going to be really helpful, is giving people a chance to connect in person, not just through social media, will become really relevant for a lot of folks. As I said, it is intriguing. There was a young man who was a recent immigrant from Honduras who said, he was very eloquent, and he said it in Spanish because he was still learning English. He'd only been here for about a year. He said, we really need to learn to put down our personal devices, and we really have to reach out to those who love us, because before we know it, they may not be around. Or for some of us, and he was speaking about himself and several of his classmates, you no longer have access to them. He had not seen his parents since he left Honduras and had come to the U.S., and several of the classmates, the same thing. They didn't have their parents with them anymore. They only had the people they knew through school and these new relationships they were building. And he made it very clear. It's very, very hard. And so, as I said to him in Spanish, because he again talked about the need to really speak directly to those who love you or should love you, I said to him, tanto lo que vale poder tocar. We forget how important it is just to be able to reach out and actually touch someone, or someone put their hand on your shoulder, because we're so consumed by this stuff. It becomes so impersonal. And so I think there is a lesson for all of you, because you are so connected, but really you are so disconnected from what makes life work. Go back to my days when, as a young person, if I wanted to make a phone call and I was in my car, I'd have to pull over at some gas station and find a phone booth that wasn't already being used, and I'd have to have the money, the coins, to be able to put it in to make the call. And then I'd have to hope that someone would answer, right? It's such a different world. But I think the message that he was sending, this young man from Honduras was saying, don't disconnect. Yeah. You're so connected. Don't disconnect. And I will finally say one last thing, and forgive me, Jason, because this one's important. We're going to have to take your leadership, those of you who are not from the U.S., on the issue of sexual reproductive rights, because we're on the verge of going backwards in this country when it comes to sexual reproductive rights, and we cannot do that. And it is only now that in certain countries in the Americas, it is fantastic to see. Argentina, which is the home of the Pope of the Catholic Church, is going to have a better set of laws to protect women and their sexual reproductive rights than the United States of America. That is crazy. We cannot let that happen, and we're going to need to turn to you. Because if you're like my daughters, and my daughters are all in their 20s now, they see a bisexual couple, they don't think a thing. They think same-sex marriage, they don't think a thing. They hear their friends who are dating people they had never met before except through social apps, they don't think a thing. All those things, to those of us who didn't have that opportunity to be so connected, are so different. But I bet in this country there are a whole lot of young people, especially young women, who were taking Roe versus Wade, the legal decision in the Supreme Court in 1973 that gave women a right to make a decision about their own body, they're now looking at this and saying, I was too disconnected. And I hope that you will teach us how not to be disconnected, because sometimes we take some of the most important things for granted, and it would be a sin, and I say that as a Catholic, a sin for us to yank from women in this country the rights to make decisions about their health with their own body. And we're on the verge, so we may be looking to you for real leadership on that one.
Secretary, thank you so much for those important comments. You mentioned an issue that's, I think, so personal to all of us, whether men or women, the importance of access to reproductive rights and equitable access. I want to, Dr. Etienne, I have a question for you. Then I want to, we'll just go, we have only a few more minutes, but I want to ask an important last question to the entire groups. But let me, Dr. Etienne, you had a question from Fabiola Alfaro from El Salvador, who had a similar question about what measures should countries across the Americas, and Secretary Becerra was alluding to that as well. What measures should countries across the hemisphere take to guarantee the rights of women, including access to health services, mental health, free of charge?
Thanks for this question. The first thing, the first premise that we need to agree on is that health is a human right. It's a human right that is enshrined in the constitutions of many of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is a right that, irrespective to gender, to race, to place of residence, to sexual orientation, social class, etc. And not because it is a right, it is a government's responsibility, and one that governments cannot renege on. Now, under the whole rubric of universal health access and coverage, we need to make healthcare more accessible to women. It means addressing the barriers to care. In many of our countries, they are financial, they are cultural, geographic, and discrimination of every type in the health service itself. I think we need to begin prioritizing women, children, and persons living in conditions of vulnerability, including migrants. Importantly, we need to look at the financing mechanisms, because the way financing is organized, it actually acts as a barrier to women accessing those services. Because we have social security systems, some of them don't include women because they are not working. We have national health insurance schemes that are not covering every woman. And so we need to have those financial mechanisms that would guarantee this access. I would like to say as well that we need to strengthen primary healthcare services, where you can have community outreach, where you can have times of service in terms of waiting times, in terms of access times to health facilities that are convenient for women. You need to have culturally acceptable healthcare workers and practices so women can actually access those services. We need rapid technology. If you're a woman in most of our Latin American countries and you want to have a pap smear, you have to come one day, you have to wait. Then they do the pap smear. Then you have to come back again for the results. And then if you need any form of intervention, then you have to wait how long and come back. We need to use those rapid technology. We need, and that's where we need your minds, so that we can have increased access to services on the smart, and then we better able to strengthen primary health care to deliver solutions, because it is taking too long. And for women, that's very important. Women stay home, but they have important work to do, and they can't just leave their home. So I think we need to look at the entire service. So it's not just, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, obviously, we also have legal issues as far as access to other reproductive health services, like abortions, like even contraceptives. There are some places where women do not have access to contraceptives. because of their own cultural norms as well. So all of this need to be addressed so we can ensure access not only to reproductive health services, but also to mental health services. The discrimination and stigma that is associated with mental health alone is the biggest barrier to accessing those services.
Thank you so much, Dr. Etienne. Now we're almost out of time, but I want to ask an important last question to Sarah and Jose, which is the fact that this audience we've been talking about is an audience made up of young leaders across the Americas who have all pledged to continue supporting youth development following this Young Americas Forum. So, Sarah, how can your work benefit from this next generation of thinkers, and what additional opportunities can you share for their involvement?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that question because, as I have been mentioning throughout my remarks, highlighting some of our incredible grantees, and I see all of you as potential grantees. So I want you to think about the examples that I mentioned, think about our work, and if you have an idea that you're working on in your community, please reach out. You can go to our website, iaf.gov, or we accept proposals all year round on a rolling basis in multiple languages. You can send it to proposals@iaf.gov. We want to fund the best ideas that are working on these intractable challenges in local communities, and we know that they're out there. Before I close, I wanted to also just make a point, picking up on some of these remarks that I hadn't, about how important social inclusion is to all of the work we do. It's just one of the criteria from the beginning. 80% of our grantees work directly with marginalized groups, gender, youth, and I wanted to recognize two more of our excellent grantees that are here. First, Cess over here, who works with LGBT communities in Colombia, and then Angela, who is working with mining workers in Bolivia, traditionally very male-dominated. When she first started working, there were no women on the boards of the mining cooperatives. Now every single cooperative has a woman on the board, is involved, and to the use of technology and the tools that can bring, they have worked to use technology to have more transparency about market prices, increasing their incomes by 10%. And so I just give these examples. The work we do comes from communities, comes from entrepreneurs like you, and we're eager to fund the great work that you do, like the grantees that I've mentioned today that we're just so proud could join us.
That's fantastic, Sarah. Maybe the next time we come together, more of the audience will be filled with IF grantees.
Exactly.
That's fantastic. Jose, I'm going to give you the last. You're an entrepreneur yourself. What lessons do you want to share with the audience about opportunities for their involvement and experiences that you saw insofar as that worked well to be able to become an entrepreneur yourself?
Yeah, so I think one of the most important thing is if we are talking about healthcare is, again, a complex area, and it's not about silos. It's about cross-pollination of ideas, cross-pollination of technologies. We have many different kinds of technologies. We have already artificial intelligence can go up on a smartphone, and we can do amazing things with it. We have biotech, etc. But the thing is, if we really want to solve a big challenge, we need to work together. For example, there was a project that we were analyzing with another startup in the US where we can provide a diagnostic to be used remotely in a teleconference to actually see that someone is going to take the COVID test, for example, to generate like a certificate that someone took the test and is negative, for example. This kind of cross-pollination is important. And I think the most important lesson that I have learned is you cannot solve a problem alone. Problems are complex. Yeah. You need to work together. You need to think you want to share. You need to share your data, your ideas, and hope that if we work together, we can actually solve something. Because me alone, I can solve a small aspect of this problem, but together we can actually fix this problem.
That's fantastic. Well, everyone, please join me in giving a really incredible round of applause for the incredible speakers today. Secretary Becerra, thank you so much for your insight. Dr. Etienne, Sarah, Jose Luis, look forward to the next conversation that we all have together. Thank you to the Young Americas Trust, too.
you. With this, we finalize our morning program. Con esto finalizamos nuestro programa de la mañana. Disfruten sus almuerzos. Hay café para todos en la Expo de Innovación. Nos vemos acá a las 4 de la tarde para unas sesiones muy interesantes de deporte y de emprendimiento. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.